Hello, everyone. How's it going? There we go. Hello, Graham. Good evening to you. Hello, Robotic. Howdy, howdy, Bill. Back to you. Hi, Kindred. You're a good man, Arthur Morgan. Oh, you think it's tonight? Are we close to the end here? Horses that are more like cars in GTA. I'm an excellent man. Thank you. You too, Kindred. Good evening, Malcolm. How you doing? I tried to start early tonight, but then I took a little bit longer. Sorry about that. But I think we finally fixed. Oh God, I shouldn't say that, but we moved the sleep schedule 30 minutes back. uh there's nothing wrong with kids. What kind of sicko hates children? One more bird. Oh God, let's cover up this vein. I feel like it's getting worse. Do you have to go get it checked out? Do you guys think it's a problem? Okay. I mean, hopefully we'll get at least back to 9 p.m. Remember when I used to start at 8:30? Those were the times. There's so many famous children singing. Like there's all these Christmas songs. What's it called? All I want for Christmas are my two front teeth. Oh, is that an opossum? It's just a skunk. Or just Michael Jackson? You hate Michael Jackson? ABCs? One, two, three? I like the no, I like that song that's by kids. Look, I'm looking for an opossum if you're wondering what I'm doing here. And speaking about children, I like that song, that Christmas song. All I want for Christmas is a hippopotamus. Only a hippopotamus will do. I love that song. You hate Michael Jackson? Oh, but it's not a good one. Run. I need a headshot though. Let's get it in the head. There we go. Sometimes if I pick up the carcass. Locke, thank you for the cheers. Welcome in. How you doing? Thank you, thank you. I think I gotta skin it to maybe increase its potential. Hi Cam, how you doing? Welcome in. Back to the opossums tonight. I killed the original. Is that a is that a legal stealer ship? How you doing here, stealer ship? I thought that was fake, Bill. I thought that was proven to not be true. I mean, I was a child when those allegations were coming out, so I don't remember very well, but cheers everyone. Especially, I don't think there are Michael Jackson bots out there. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think there's any bots out there. But recently I've been seeing a lot of people talk about how it was fake recently. Which is weird because I mean, it's like 20 years ago. And everyone's like, oh, he was vindicated because he wasn't in the Epstein files. Anyways. Dying to watch the new Top Chef. Oh god, I miss when I had access to the cooking channel, Wilma Byrne. But that makes sense, you guys are into the cooking channel too, because you love to cook. Who's the better cook, Wilma Byrne, if you're still here? You or your girlfriend? But yeah, I'm getting a lot of MJ propaganda on like my Instagram reels, my YouTube reels, where it's like videos of Macaulay Culkin saying that none of the allegations are true. Like, what's the other kid's name? Oh god, Aaron Carter. I don't even know who's funding this propaganda. That's the crazy thing. Who's paying for it? Oh, that's the skunk I killed. Okay. Oh, that is so badass, Birdwife. That is really badass. I love that. Who owns his song rights? I think he sold them off, right? I mean, hopefully people are like actually reading it and not just assuming your friend is in the files. I don't think I'm gonna find an opossum. I think he sold them off. That's what you guys were saying when we were talking about Britney Spears. Ugh. I need a haircut. I'm scared to cut my own hair again. An owl! I've never killed an owl before. Oh, I got the right gun? Okay. Cool. My first owl. Oh, so hunting at night is like, you get different things. All that for a few feathers? I didn't need to kill the owl for the feathers. You could just take the feathers. Oh, I guess I got its meat. Okay, good. Okay, I need another opossum. I'm gonna go this way. I don't know if you can cancel somebody who's dead. We're just not gonna book him for shows anymore. There's no more material benefit going to MJ. It's like canceling Picasso and cancel his hologram. Good night, one more bird. And the funny thing is nobody actually ever gets canceled, do they? When have we actually really canceled somebody? Oh god, it's rolling away. Oh, you know what? I think R. Kelly is pretty much canceled. The girl from Snow White? Why is she canceled? What did she do?
Time to go, boy.
Oh no, it's getting daytime. Yeah, that one actually stuck. That cancellation stuck. Well, yeah, it's gotta be, canceling's gotta be wider than just one person. Oh, so are they done? Are they gonna not come out anymore? Okay, why don't we go up to the ladies' cabin and try to find a chipmunk then? I believe she lived up here.
Yeah.
I'm glad how you came back just to tell us that part, one more bird. I thought we were canceling Picasso because he was a huge misogynist. And his art sucked anyway. Let me feed my horse. He's the case I hear most often brought up when in sort of class, in art class, people talk about, can you separate art from the artist? Usually people mention Picasso as like the example.
Yep.
Because obviously we're not talking about music, or else obviously there's other examples. Hi Kodemon, how you doing? Hi Cliche, if that's true, that would be good because I'm pretty sure they just threw it on the glass casing. I have a little bit of a hot takes when it comes to art. Did I go to the little cabin just south of the field where the enemy camp with the windmill? I think I was just there, no, Shiznik? Were you here last night or the night before? I went with Sadie. Wasting food? Wasting soup is a federal offense. My apparent hot take is that there's no objectivity in art, or that I don't need artists to politically align with me, or even good people for their art to be, I think the word I'm looking for is important rather than good or bad. I don't really like art. Personally, I like art for historical reasons, which is funny because all my friends do contemporary art. Like their theses and dissertations are on contemporary artists. But for me, what I was drawn to the field, the reason I was drawn to the field was because I think the visual world can tell us a lot about our past selves, our history, humanity. That's actually hysterical. You think so? Are The Simpsons considered? I mean, like, this is like the thing, a show like The Simpsons or Seinfeld or Twin Peaks. I do like them as a consumer of TV, but I also really appreciate how they've contributed to... Oh, I need to use this. To the history of filmmaking and TV shows. Like, that part is more fascinating than to me than the fact that this is just good or interesting. I know, Birdwife. It's kind of a weird... It's a very weird position to be in, especially in a department that is historically known for snobby art takes. Not this one, but that one. The cabin is close. Go through north through Strawberry, past the Trapper. North through Strawberry. No, then I haven't been there. Past the Trapper. Where are you looking? Past the Trapper to field where the deer are? Like over here? I don't see any cabins here. Do you mean this area? Montos Rest? You love the narrative of how they affect popular culture. Exactly. That's not to say I hate art. I'm just not interested enough to write a dissertation on it. I think that's the way I should put it. North of Strawberry. Okay, but you said train station. I guess you meant the other one. But you said past the Trapper. See, the Trapper's here. This one here. Or there's one here. Near the E or above the E? Northmost Trapper. What the hell are you guys talking about? I can't be taken to museums, unfortunately. My partner hates taking me to museums. Here. I'm banned by my husband, yeah. He absolutely is disgusted by my behavior at museums. Hi, Tony. Not yet. That's a W one. This one. Are you talking about the one with the bear? Because I went to the one with the bear. That's a W in West. Yeah. I went to the one with the bear. I have, unfortunately, a bit of an ADHD issue. A well-known ADHD issue. ADHD, I can't even say it because I want to say it so fast. And I may audibly groan and say, hurry up, this is so boring. I think it was last night, Shiznik. Unless it's exactly something I'm interested in, I really struggle with museum settings. Oof. That's not always true. There are some museums, like I love the Istanbul Modern Museum. Because, well, yeah, I mean, it's exactly what I study, so it's exactly very interesting to me. But anything outside of that, I just can't stand it. Get me out of here. It's not even the art. It's not even the art that's the issue. It's the setting. It wasn't meant for people with attention issues. Because I can appreciate art in a book. In a documentary about it. In a conversation. I especially like essays about art. I find that really fascinating. Like, I think the what's it called? Oh my god, I can't even remember. The first essay I read about art made me completely in love with this field. Oh my god, I can't even remember it. Shit. This is so embarrassing. It's the Velasquez piece, I think. Oh my god. It couldn't have been. Anyone know what I'm talking about? David Velasquez? How do you spell his name? Okay, wait. Is it? What am I thinking of? Yeah, Diego. Sorry, not David. Essay. This has to be a thing. Wow, I feel really embarrassed. I don't remember the essay. Yeah, it's on Las Meninas. Here we go. It's coming to me. I'm talking, it's like 10 years ago. It's a super famous essay. Who's an art historian here? Now is this gonna bother me? Foucault. It's Foucault. It had to be Foucault. I was thinking Freud, but I knew it was the wrong F name. See, I can appreciate this piece of writing. Highly recommend it, by the way. Yeah, I do love talking to people while a little tipsy. That's true. Okay, where the hell are these chipmunks? No, I can't stand in science museums. Obviously, I don't like science. It's a real pain point with me and my daughter and my husband. We go to a science museum and I'm just like, at least she keeps me entertained. I like seeing her enjoy the exhibits, but I'm also rushing her. I'm like rushing her, like, okay, that's enough. You've seen it. Even dinosaurs? Yeah, I mean, it's just a bunch of bones. She can't even read. I don't mind reading the plaques about dinosaurs. That's sometimes interesting. Not always. Depends how well it's curated, I guess. But I do really like the natural... Oh, what the hell are these birds? I really like the Natural History Museum in New York. They have giant old animals. Giant tortoise. Those are cool. Where are the chipmunks? I think I already got two, but not a perfect one at all. Playing some D&D, nice. Thank you for saying hi, Granola, appreciate it. Sorry if I missed your first message here. I'm looking for chipmunks. This feels impossible, they're so tiny. And they're not 3 stars, yikes. Your wife used to work at a children's museum. Was she literally sick all the time? I hate the children's museum here. Every single time we go, we get sick. Before that, she worked at a daycare. She really built up her immune system. I feel bad for all those workers that work with toddlers. I saw one here. They don't go up trees, do they, in this game? I know they do in real life, but do they in the game? That's a squirrel. And it's a perfect one, but I don't need it. I need a chipmunk and no possum. Maybe we should give up. Maybe it's time to give up. Hi, Lethy. How you doing? Welcome in. I'm trying to do this mission for this damn lady. Speaking of art exhibitions, she wants to put on a art exhibition here. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Where is it? We're trying to make a wildlife art exhibit for her. She needs... God, I'm not going to be able to do any of this. Chipmunk, opossum, Oriole, and Robin. Today I gave my daughter an Oreo cookie cake, and she's like, Oreo? This has a bird in it? She was very confused. Oh, what's that? Oh, it's just a turkey. Okay, I'm gonna give it another run around the cabin and then I'm done. Oh, there. See, that's the same one. I think I gotta kill that one because it's ruining the spawn. Hi, Tokurty Bits. How you doing? Welcome in. Oh, I hear so many pretty birds. Where's that chipmunk keep going? There? I went this way. Went this way. This must be a different animal now. Oh my god. Okay, I'm so sick of this. You want to try? Let me not waste one of these arrows. Let me use a normal arrow. There's no way to aim higher. Yeah, you can't go straight up, unfortunately. Oh shit, chipmunks. Go, go. I think I saw two. Just a squirrel. Not even a good one. Okay, I think I'm done here. Let's get out of here. No chipmunks. Should we try again for the opossum? That would mean camping out, waiting for night, and then going back to that spot. I think we can try one more time for the opossum. Or we can start our story. What's that? Did I not get it? Oh, I did. This looks like a chickadee? Sparrow. Okay. Yeah, don't even try it. Okay, okay, I'm done.
Go, boy.
Let's start a story. Oh wait, I think I can go kill that panther now. Maybe we should go kill that panther. It should be in this corner. Yeah, let's get that panther done. We worked so hard to get to level 10.
Yeah.
We got a legendary panther unlocked to kill. Just wondering if I should fast travel or just run. I think I'll just run it. Oh wait, I have another mission, don't I? Oops, I think I got a mission to run from Strawberry. What was it? Strawberry to Saint Denis in a 9-minute dry dash. What does that even mean? What's a dry dash? What is a dry dash? No water? The floor is water? How do we do that? We have to take the train track. Okay, we go to train track. And then how do we get to Saint Denis? What's the fastest? Just stay on the train. Right? Howdy, Afro Sax. Yeah, we're trying to dash. We're doing a dash. Okay, first I think I gotta go to Strawberry though.
Yep.
Just look at that horse.
Thank you. Yeah, we're trying the horse challenge. I gotta inject my horse in a second here. I can start from here. You're saying do the train track the whole way? Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Not here in this town.
Sorry. Where's the train? Oh, it doesn't start. Okay, just go to that train track there and then start. I hope I don't go the wrong way. Okay, ready, everybody?
Out of the way. Just what is your problem? Yeah.
Can my horse not go faster? There we go. Is this really gonna take 9 minutes? Eight and a half? That's awful.
Yeah.
Get out of my way. Oh shit, that was a chipmunk. It's fine. We're moving on. And then I gotta turn right. And then I do want to just mark it, just so I know I'm going the right way. I'm just gonna stay on the tracks.
Yep.
Hopefully we don't get run over by a train. Why is my horse so scared? Why are you going so slow?
Yeah.
Thankfully, I won't even see it coming. Let's get off the tracks. Which way? To the right? I mean, I should have known that. I didn't need to check that. I'm about to inject my horse here soon.
Easy, boy.
There we go.
There, boy.
You like it when Arthur talks to his horse?
That's my boy.
You like that?
Easy.
You like that, Shiznik?
Okay there, boy? How you doing, boy?
How you doing, boy?
Okay, boy? Yeah. Yeah, you all right there, boy?
Hi, Drew. How you doing? Welcome in.
You're a good boy.
We're dashing to Saint Denis.
Okay, boy.
Let's go. Oh, it's weird in context too, Malcolm. I'm a good boy.
Good boy.
I'm not even mashing the key, I'm just holding it.
Easy, boy.
Oh, you mean the G key?
There, boy. You're okay, boy.
I've heard people have said so, Stealership.
That's it, boy. Yeah. Easy there. Good boy. Yeah, you're doing good. You're good.
This is a very weird soundtrack for our little ride here.
Right. That's it.
There.
You're all right. Yep. You okay? There you go. You all right?
I know, but I don't like my pinky to hurt.
Got some horses.
Like this.
Master.
It hurts my pinky. I did turn off sticky shift just for this. Hi, Yogurt. How you doing? I can't. My pinky hurts. I'm just gonna go straight.
Yeah.
It hurts. The hell is this guy up to?
There it is. You came back, huh? Now you listen.
Am I supposed to? I can't do it. Oh, right. I'm wanted dead or alive. Shit. How you doing, Yogurt? How was your weekend?
Yeah. That's it.
I can smack G, but I cannot smack shift. When am I officially in Saint Denis? Hi, Sigurd.
Good.
Hey, I was a tenor sax player. There we go. I'm a horseman. Okay, wait. Let's get off the tracks. Okay, perfect. Kill 7 enemies without dismounting. I could definitely do that. Cheers to you, Sigurd. Appreciate it. Hope you're well. Yeah, I was a tenor sax. Because I wanted to prove that girls can carry heavy things. That is not just for boys. I think it's over here. I didn't prove my point at all. It was too heavy. To be fair, I was a little girl. I wasn't just a woman. I was a 9-year-old girl. What was that? What? Why did Arthur find that disgusting?
That's it.
Did you guys hear that?
Yep.
Oh, he's just sick? Okay. Your daughter plays the upright bass. Nice. Probably all the drugs. Imbalance of files. Give me some leeches.
Yeah.
So it's a legendary panther. I can use whatever weapon I want. But I should use one that's good at killing. Think something also without a scope. So maybe the bolt.
Keep on moving. I don't like strangers.
Bass. Base. Upright. Base. Bass? I think I'm thinking of a bassoon. Is it one of these big clarinets? I think I'm thinking of a bassoon. What is an upright bass? Oh, like a cello. What's a bassoon? Yeah, I was thinking I thought she was a bassoon player. What does a bassoon translate to? Oh my god. Okay, well, I'll look into that later, I guess. Let me turn on help tips again. Hi, Fuzzy Bear. It's all about that bass, not all that bassoon. Okay, I'm in the territory. Can't believe we finally made it here. There. Critical areas? What does that mean? What's a critical area? Oh, okay, so it's been happening for a while. Hey, where did that yellow thing go? There. Oh, I also need to pick
Okay.
up some tobacco.
Trail. I better get moving.
I'll do that after. Look at that blood.
Yeah, still a ways.
It's a dead boar. It's a dead bear.
Getting close.
I'm excited. Jaguaro killed. Yes. Yes. Let's go. Haha. Master Hunter, baby. I feel like that's really appropriate for this run. All that hunting we did. I'm excited for the new clothes. Oh, cheers, Malcolm. Thank you so much. Get over here. Sorry. Took you forever. Let's pick up some Indian tobacco. I tried it for a little bit, Gopako, but it was too difficult to learn the moves without the tutorial. So I went back to mouse and keyboard. Okay, where can I find some tobacco? I think I had seen some right here. That's ginseng. Tobacco has like these big leaves. Although I need some carrots for my horse too. It was saying easy boy to me. Really? Stealership? Don't you play most games on keyboard and mouse? Like I play Valheim on keyboard and mouse. I play obviously Civ. I don't really know if I need Yarrow. I played The Witcher on keyboard and mouse. Hi, Mr. Smash Dog. How you doing? Yes, this is tobacco plant. Okay. I need more tobacco. For the herbalist challenge? Definitely first. Do you guys find it annoying that I use a mouse? Do you think it ruins the smoothness? Because I wonder about that sometimes. Ooh, there's more mushrooms here. I think one thing I enjoyed about the new Mongolian game though was it did seem like it had a lot of levels to crafting. It seemed like once I can get some meat or something, I can get stews going. That's going to be really nice to have different types of crafting available. I found the method of picking things though really, really annoying. It made a mini game out of picking stuff. And that's just not fun. It ruined fishing, true. Fishing sucked. Right, Malcolm? That was so insane. What did you think of the game, Malcolm? I do kind of want to play more. But I don't know. I want to play the game when it's done. I don't want to play it like this. I'm a millennial. I'm not used to all of this early access stuff. We bought games once they were done. Oh shit. Where are you going? Just like the horse in the other game. Yeah, the graphics were pretty impressive for a small studio. Okay. Where did you go? Oh, you want me to check this out? Oh my god. What is this? Huh? How do I get up there? Did I find the moonshiners nearby? Yeah, I've done their mission. Where they wanted tobacco.
What?
What am I supposed to do here?
There you are, Arthur.
Hello, Bill.
Dutch has been worried about you.
He's like, where the hell are you?
I've been busy.
Oh yeah, we got a mission? Has this happened to anyone before?
Guess you're alive. I'm gonna head back to camp now. You want to come back with me?
What do you guys think? What have I done?
Nah, I'll come back in a bit.
I couldn't decide.
Suit yourself. Come on.
Oh no, I feel bad. It doesn't matter. It doesn't change the story.
You made a mistake taking me, but it ain't too late. Let me go, and there's no bad blood.
We got company. Keep the lawman secure.
Oh, I always get their hats. What are they doing?
They got me tied up.
What are they doing this for?
There you go.
Thank you. God damn these bastards.
Get out of here.
Look at my honor.
Okay. There might be some things here if you want.
He's telling me to just loot them? Okay, thanks.
Might just be a hero on me.
Thanks again.
Are these not the Moonshiners? They don't look like them. They're just Lemoyne riders. Oh, shoot. Whoa. What can I do here? Cards? Maybe in here? There's no cards here. Okay, let's go to the Moonshiners. I want the tobacco. What's this? More ginseng?
Time to go, boy.
Do you think that exists? More ginseng. Where were the Moonshiners? They were over here. See if we can find some here. True.
Yeah.
Should we go do that final mission after this? Is that tobacco?
Yeah.
What's this? More mint? Oh, that's the thing. Okay, yeah, that's clearly mint. Don't need any more mint. Does anyone know where stashes of tobacco are? Oh, let's go return the pelt. True, true, true. That's a great point. You know, there's a panther in here, so I'm gonna try to be careful. Whoa, this tree looks cool. Gotta be careful. I'm scared. There's gotta be a better place to find tobacco, no? Wow, absolutely no tobacco around. The snake. Stop scaring my horse. In Valentine near the first camp? Okay. Okay, let's get out of here then. Oh, that's some tobacco, right? Or no, that's huckleberry. That's all the huckleberry there. This is all huckleberry. That's not tobacco, right? Oh, this is. Smoking is bad. I'm using it to make medicine. Don't worry, it's for medicine purposes. Medicinal purposes only. Oh yeah, here we go. Tobacco jackpot. How many did I need? The task is 9 items crafted with Indian tobacco. I have just 6.
Yeah.
Is that an opossum? It's a badger. Is that right? Is that... Oh, wrong gun. Oh, shit. No.
Okay, fella.
Wrong gun, everybody. I'm sorry. What's this? What the fuck? I was looking at the tobacco plant. Whoops. I think this is time, which is fine. I do need more time. We should probably go straight to the trapper, though. I'm a little bit nervous here.
Let's go, boy.
Let's go, boy. Okay, where's the closest trapper? Well, I'm not going to Saint Denis for this. This one here, and then we can go see an opossum at night. That sounds like a plan to me. It's getting quite late, though. Hopefully we get there in time. Oh, what's that cemetery there? How rich am I, Kindred? How much money is that in today's time? I doubt it's like that much, right? What? Oh, we tried it, Cam. I messed it up. I've already gone. Trat tried to direct me that way without spoiling it, but then we both did it wrong, and I think I understand what's happening. They were like, no, don't take your money back. Trust us. I was like, why would I not take my money back? I'm gonna go get my money back. They're like, go get it in the epilogue. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna lose all my money, aren't I? I got $3,864. I know, but I've already bought every type of clothing, every type of gun. I still need to... Oh, I need to make my new gun even better. That's one thing we'll do. Ooh, hello, Slow-Mo Low. How you doing, Slow-Mo? Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome to you and your awesome community. How's it going? Welcome back. We are just running to the Trapper because we just got our legendary Panther, everybody.
Well, that's nice.
See, this problem with 150k is that it's not even enough for a down payment on a house. So how are we gonna go to Tahiti on that? Can't even afford to live in Philly. Although I think maybe it's enough for a down payment on a house in Philly. Depends on how fancy you want that house to be. Are you talking dollars or pounds, Quad? Oh, you're on the website, not like the site you're trying to buy. I misunderstood you. Housing prices are horrible. Truly. I've given up. I think I've given up on the idea that I'll ever buy a house at this point. Unless I get a job. And then it's possible. What's going on with my damn horse? Relax.
Easy, boy.
Who's that? Well, I don't know if that's it. I mean, people bought at the height of prices during COVID. I just don't know who these people are. I guess interest rates were pretty low. The saddest part of the whole thing. God, I'm almost out of food. The saddest part of the whole thing is that, you know, when there was the housing bubble crash in 2008, 2009, I was like, I don't know, 18 or something. I was like, well, that sucks for me. I'm a millennial. I'm never going to be able to buy a house because the one time it crashes, I'm just too young. And then interest rates dropped to like 2%, and then or even lower. I think it was even lower in Canada. And then my generation started buying a house. I was like, shit, why am I still in school and everybody else is working? So I can't even blame my age. All the millennials got their damn houses. Shit. No, my pelt. Oh god. Get away from my pelt. Get away from my pelt. Get away from my pelt. That's my pelt. You messed the memo too, yeah. Definitely some of us missed the memo more than others. Well, maybe the next crash. Oh, damn, none of these are good, but I'm still going to the thing. Rob a bank, that's what Arthur would do. I like that idea.
Nearly done.
Rob a dispensary instead. Cash only business. Don't give people ideas. This group of people would. Ew, look at the skin and the fur come off. I mean, I think one of the worst parts about the whole system that I've heard about, I don't know if anyone is like into real estate and looking into this. I just heard another real estate agent talking about this, which is that companies like Zillow use their platform and algorithm to basically flip houses and do nothing. Oh my god, Bill! Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs! That is so kind of you. If you got a gifted sub, make sure to thank Bill here. The money for the down payment, let's go. Thank you, thank you. That's awesome.
Now, boy.
Some familiar names in there. Appreciate it. Okay, let's go get to that trapper. Let's stop dilly-daddling. Although, they tried to kill me. Yeah, housing is an investment. It's like an... Not just... I mean, I don't know if I mind people, like families, buying housing, acting as like private landlords. I think that's okay. For the most part. I got an awesome landlord here. I really love when my landlords are just family people. Oh my god, college prom. What the hell? 20 gifted subs?
Yeah.
What? $20 subs is a down payment. Thank you so much. How you doing, college prom? Welcome in. Thank you so much for your generosity. Jeez. Jesus, right. Thank you, thank you. Oh, great. Hey, cliche. You got one. Make sure to thank your prof if you got one here. And Bua, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Professor here with the house. Proud of you. Millennial? Professor? Or... Just curious. Let's sell our stuff. No?
Okay, let's take a look at it.
Then I'm proud of you. Good job.
Okay.
Thank
Once in a
you. Thank you.
lifetime, eh?
Okay. Yeah, once in a lifetime. Let's go. I gotta sell these. They're disgusting. And Ruby, thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
Sure.
Do I need this chipmunk carcass? No. God, I love this. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the music still. Your friend will get tired of playing this guitar. Never. Let's see what we can buy here.
Hide makes the hardiest clothes around. Don't doubt it.
Oh my god. Very, very appreciated. Turn it down while we shop here. Ooh, reinforced equipment. Because I am now a master hunter, everybody. Let's get my belt and my holster. I don't even know what it does to like have these in several levels. Like, what does it mean to have a gun belt from both herbalist and hunter? And then what about the horseman? Master Hunter, no. Yeah, Horseman. I just saw it. Shoot, there. Okay, so I need to get to 7 and 10. It's just for looks? Oh.
It's good business.
A sitar hero game. I like that idea. Okay, garment sets. Let's see what we can get here. Which one belongs to the panther? Is it this one? Aha. Oh, this is from the moose. This is from the badger.
I've run this stall all the way from
Oh, I
here
do
to
need
the
to give him
border.
some black bears.
Northern Border.
I like this coat. Ooh, I could get you a black bear. I don't know how much the clothing matters anymore. What's the eye reflex? Oh, good. I'm glad you got a sub. Yeah, thank you again. Very, very appreciated. Yeah, we're doing good. We just got the legendary panther, but I don't understand what clothing that would get us.
Stores. You want my
There it
weapons? Right
is.
here's the one place to find them.
Bro, this looks so silly. I got a cloak. I look insane. Warm? Too warm for hot weather? Okay. Now I still have to get the legendary alligator. Oh wait, am I in chapter 6 yet?
But not so many know their way around a needle and thread. It's good business, I'm telling you.
Deranged. Hi, favorite tiger. A little bit. I still need the Tatanka bison.
I've run this stall
Oh,
all the way
God.
from here to the border. The
A
northern
half
border.
chap is
And I've never
disgusting.
been out of work.
Okay, do we want more clothes from this guy? I feel like he's not very good at making clothes. Is it just me? Or do these clothes suck? I do like the rustic vest. You know what? I'm gonna get that.
Good choice.
Thank you. No, I don't want chaps. Oh my god, we just got propelled to a level 6 hype train. Thank you so much. These boots are disgusting. Oh my god, what the fuck are these? Look at these. All chaps are assless.
Best trapper I ever knew. My fourth wife. Native. You'd find a trail while the bloodhound was still sniffing its own ass. Hell of a woman. Rest her soul.
What?
Nothing
Okay.
quite like wearing your best day's work.
I might as well get this. Get the full set. Yeah, let's do the full set of Bear Hunter. Let's at least get full sets here. Do we really want to get this stupid looking hat though? This is all Tatanka. I'm sorry, these are so ugly. Oh, I still haven't killed a legendary cougar.
A lot of folk want to apprentice under
Really?
I got no competition.
What's a legendary cougar? Legendary cougar. Oh, it's over here. How do I get here? Skunk boots slay? I don't think so, Darth. I don't think so.
My garments is a little different, because every pouch is a little different. You'll find them nowhere else.
You can't do it yet? Okay. Thank you. That's all I needed to know. Is that, what about the huntsman? Hoghorn I still can't do. Man, this is so confusing.
Dakota.
I have the
Bald
full
Trees,
stalker.
Big Valley, Roanoke. I run this stall just about everywhere. Best way to source the skins.
If I just get a sheep, I can get this full outfit. But I look so stupid.
You
Fine.
go.
Just need to get another sheep. Get this stupid looking sombrero.
Here, should do the trick.
Perfect. A pig? God, I don't even know what that is. Desperado? This one doesn't look too bad. Muskrat, oxboar, armadillo, beaver. I don't mind Desperado. What's everyone's favorite outfit in this list? Night Wrangler?
Ever hear of Parati? Big old bear, big.
We're not getting 100%. It's not
Dozens of
possible.
trappers up in the Grizzlies.
Oh, I don't mind Mountain Man. Buck beaver. Muskrat beaver. I don't know. None of these are none of these are good. I think this guy sucks at making clothes. I don't think I want any of these.
Come on, pal.
I think my... What was the legendary panther even good for? This cape? Like, what the hell am I wearing? I spent too much time shopping. Let's do the mission, right? I don't think people are gonna like my outfit. Oh, stamina increased to level 8? Why?
Oh, something else.
How come? Not tonight. I said if I don't... The only reason I would come back and play Red Dead again is to do 100%. Oh, what was that? It's just a badger. Okay. Oh, just because I sprinted? Oh, Arthur sprinted. Okay. You almost tried and went nuts? Yeah. I think I would go nuts too, but it'd still be fun to try. Don't try. Okay, never mind. What the hell was that? Let's go do the mission. Yeah, I'm excited. We've done everything else I need to, right? The ladies' exhibition, I'm sorry. She's asking for crazy things from me. We did the panther. That was the big thing. I have no idea how I'm going to get an opossum. And a chipmunk. And an oriole. And a robin. Those are very, very difficult things. I never finished the guy with the egret mission. Do those later? Yeah, but I'm guessing once we're done the story, we're not going to do too much more, right?
Hey there.
I'll tell you one thing. I don't like rules.
They don't like my outfit. And I'm sad that we can't get 100% because I missed some of those missions. I missed the homestead missions. But I did buy RDR1. I did buy it. Oh, are we near camp? Where were we living? Right here, right? Where's our old camp was here? Where's the tobacco around here? That's true. There's still Blackwater I haven't seen. That's time. So, are we not near the end at all? Near Downs Ranch? Thank you. Well, actually, no thank you. I don't know what the hell that is. Near what ranch? All the way over there? Oh god. Opposite direction. Oh, I forgot to check out the video robotic. It was going to bed. I'll check it out tonight. Not near the end? What? Why did I think today's our last day? I mean, that's what happens when you've never played the game before. It is the end of the main story. So why would you keep playing after the end of the main story? There's still story? Okay. Okay. I'll trust you guys. Oh man, I'm excited though. I trust the process. You know, I'm starting to get it. I wonder what this game would have been like if I knew what was coming. I'm starting to understand why you would play multiple times. That's some tobacco. It's a huge game, and also I think the immersive qualities make you want to I think I would miss this world. I need more. It's just mushrooms. This is where I got TB. Did he have a tobacco farm? No, well maybe, but I can't steal it. They abandoned their dog?
Hey, boy.
Dog hates me. This is where it all started, guys. They left their goats. Hiya, son. Yeah. Don't trust Paisley. You want me to play as a bad guy? I cannot. No. Damn it.
Come here. Okay.
I've never played a game as a bad guy. How many times have you played robotic? Yeah, what were those birds? I'm sad I missed it. Why am I killing this goat? Yeah, also killing the goat for no reason. I think the trapper needed a goat. Okay, I mean, call PETA on me if you will, but who cares? I did do it the merciful way. Should we go to the guy's house? This is where it all started. See if we can loot stuff. There's gotta be a way to dispose of your cigarettes. Oh wait, I think I can just sell them. We lassoed, yeah. It was super merciful, right? Oh man. This is where it all started, everybody. If I had just let him live. Ooh, nice horse. So out of the members who are alive, would I like Charles? Obviously, but I guess Charles is gone. I love Charles. He was always one of my favorites, so that's good. He was boring, but I think the latest chapter, he's become very interesting. Much more outspoken and less neutral. I really enjoyed his contribution to this chapter. Oh. I didn't know you live here. Sorry. I didn't know somebody lived here. I guess they sold the place. That makes sense. No, I don't really care about Tilly. I'm sorry. She's kind of boring. What's this? Tilly's boring. Sadie, I like Sadie, obviously. I think Mary Beth is boring. I think Karen's boring. I don't like Susan. I hate Susan. She's not boring, though. Here's some more tobacco. I like Abigail. It's true. I do like Abigail. But John, Abigail, and Jack can take care of themselves. They're a family. They don't need me. I'm just the third wheel. Right? Okay, let's see if that's enough for crafting. Micah, sure. Dutch betrayed me literally yesterday. Codemon, were you here for it? So just make 9 of these and then we're good. Oh, the way he walked out. Ugh. Yeah, John can take care of him by himself. John's not an idiot. He was just conflicted and young. You know, he's getting wiser. I think he just didn't have a reason to be responsible until he realized that he needs to take care of Jack. But don't you think how impressive it is how they've made John, gave him such a good character arc? Definitely not a solid foundation, but definitely an impressive redemption. How much more do I need to do? Oh my god, this is awful. Sean? Sean, don't bring up Sean. I never liked him, but they didn't need to kill him like that. I have to say, who are the new members in our community? It's Lenny. How long have we known Sean for? Lenny was new though. Hi, Simply Ghost. Did I turn it on today? Hosea was sad, but he was an old member. Who are the new people that they had just like wrangled into their company recently? Yay! What? No. Not 8 out of 9. There we go. It didn't work? I thought I reset it. I'm so sorry, Ghost. I'm so sorry. Let me do that now. Okay. Just use it again in like 5 minutes. Most of them joined in Blackwater, so most of them are new. Yeah, Charles. I thought Charles was also new. I wasn't sure if I was just mistaken. Pick up herb species? Come on, that's so annoying. I hate how they don't count my old pickings. Is it gonna count a mushroom? Yes, okay. So basically just pick 8 things. Yeah, I don't know about the girls' reflex. They're mostly new graduates from the fishing school. Hilarious. Do berries count? Oh no, I already picked those.
Okay, fella.
Okay, feller. What happened to boy? Yeah, I do want to see if I can see what birds were there. I wonder if the birds are back. They were really pretty. That's a cardinal. What birds were they? He's farming in there now, so he must have scared him. Witty, witty, witty. There's the cardinal. I love that I can recognize a bird sound. Hi, Big Boss. Thank you for dropping by to say hi. Appreciate it. Hope you're well. Okay, more stuff here to pick. Some time. Mango meats. Is Bill new? The annoying thing is I don't know how I'm going to keep track of all this stuff. So I've done time, I've done Yarrow. It's all time.
What? Yeah.
All right, let's start going towards camp and picking stuff. Oh, I love how it marks it on here. Oh my god, this game is so cool sometimes. I love that. Okay. Towards Dutch we go. It would be so sad if GTA 6 is done poorly. I feel like Rockstar makes some of the best games ever. Okay. Oh, you think so? I can't get all of these? So just keep going now. I mean, it says 15 herb species, but I really think it did count. I got 5. I'm pretty sure it's counting everything. Mushrooms, berries. No? I don't see any other stuff here though. I don't think this is the best spot for herbs. Let me check my map. Let me see on my map. Okay, I can maybe stop here. People are saying it can't be done because the OG writers are gone. Well, I'm sure there hasn't been OG writers from the beginning to the end, right? Rockstar's so old. Like the people who wrote San Andreas didn't write this game. Yeah, they'd be kind of old. No way, Dan Houser did write San Andreas and this game? Okay, then we're screwed. What's he up to now? How old is he? Can't find anything to pick. He's just 52? Bring him back. That's not old. It's a little bit more green here, probably more herbs here. These berries I couldn't pick at the other place. Yeah, 52, you're in your prime, basically. That's gotta be your best writing ages.
Let's go, boy.
I would trust someone who's 52 over somebody who's 32 to write a good thing. Oh, he's doing some comics? Is he any good at other stuff? Well, okay, it depends. Was he writing stuff? How good's his comic books? Then we can truly judge him.
You can always rely on me, boy.
Yeah.
Where's all the herbs? I'm a cowboy. Wanted dead or alive. What is this? Come on, herbs. Come on, herbs. I think I gotta get off the road for herbs, maybe. We're almost there. Whoa. Okay, I guess we can do the herbs thing later.
Yep.
Okay there, boy.
There's not a lot of reviews, but they're all 4 to 5 stars. Okay. Maybe I'll get his comic books. See if they're any good. Ooh, what's this? Ooh, lots of herbs here. What are we looking at? Currants? What else? I thought I saw one other herb. Over here. Tackleberries. No, I eat currants. I think they're banned in some states. I think I already... Did I already pick carrot? I think I already picked carrot. He likes to keep up on current events. Oh my god. Ban him. That's bannable. Bannable joke. Over here. Mint. No, it's fine. You're not the worst offender. Some of this. Yeah, how many things are we at? We've picked up 10 out of 15. Okay, 5 more things. I don't even know if I know 5 more things. Oh, a flower. Oh, a flower I don't know. What's that? An orchid. An orchid. I've already picked up mint. Okay. I think that's it for this area.
Time to go, boy.
I saw something red over there. Maybe bounty hunters?
Yeah.
Oh, so many animals. They were federally banned till 1966.
Looky here, looky here.
Fuck, not this again.
I guess you.
What, every time I go past here, they're gonna send these idiots after me?
Ever who gone against us, I'm on my...
Stupid.
Yeah.
Every time. And every time they're gonna die. Exactly. So annoying. Oh, wrong way. Okay, you guys ready? I'm excited for this mission.
Who's that? Arthur, dumbass. Ain't even gonna ask where you've been.
Why? I look good. Something wrong with my outfit? So what, we're just staying here?
Who are those two creepy fellas over with Micah?
Two guns he knows?
What the hell they doing here?
I have no idea.
Who are you talking about?
Arthur, I'm real scared.
Wait, who is she talking about?
This ain't good.
You're gonna be okay. But be ready. Just be ready.
I understand.
Guess I never put too much thought in it before.
What's your real first
He's just talking to Bill, though.
Marion.
Marion. My oh my. What a name.
I have a friend named Marion.
Daddy, you must have had. Well, they must have hated you before they even met you. Explains a lot.
It's a German name.
It's a family name, actually.
Well, that don't surprise me. But I can see why you stick with Bill, Marion.
I like Marion better. No offense, Bill.
Don't worry. Your secret's safe with me, Marion. Okay there, Sadie.
Hey there, Marion.
Shut up.
Okay,
Sorry, ma'am.
this is awful. Marion's a very normal name. What's wrong with
Okay.
them?
Guess I'll see you later then.
Typical Americans. Who are the people he has at camp?
No. I'd be dead in that factory if it wasn't for Eagle Flies. And I feel like Dutch saw and didn't do nothing.
You gotta just look out for yourself now, Arthur.
I mean, I could be wrong. You know,
We all saw it, Arthur. Don't gaslight yourself.
Okay. Guess I'll leave you to it then.
Okay, Arthur.
Don't gaslight yourself, man.
Hi, Tilly.
Hello, Arthur.
The two guys are in the
Miss
tent.
Morgan,
What?
Scrimshaw?
Killer?
you okay?
No.
Sure.
Mr. Bell seems to have found a couple of men he knows. They're sitting over there.
Really?
Dutch seems fine with it, but it feels odd to me.
Yes. Very odd.
No, they're not in there. Where are they sitting? Mm-hmm. There they are. Damn, they look weird. Bro, have you ever heard of sunscreen?
Yes.
You all right there?
Oh my god, do you know what
You
sunscreen
waiting
is?
for something?
Just waiting for Micah to give the word on this job.
Please tell me that's your shirt color, not your skin color.
Mike, to give the word? Jesus.
Wherever you say.
Cleat. And I guess this is Joe.
Why don't you and your pals just get out of here?
We got the train job coming up, Morgan.
The big one.
Mm-hmm.
The big one. Yeah.
Well, at least you ain't run off.
What you talking about?
Pearson left. Old uncle. The traitors. Both gone.
Where'd they
Gone.
go?
They said to young Tilly they were running to save themselves. I think Mary Beth left as well.
So it goes.
They
What
are
the fuck?
goddamn cowards, Arthur. Cowards. Of all the time we spent to run off,
What do you
I
mean
guess
they
they
just
don't wanna
left?
Die, Dutch.
ain't nobody gonna. This is a tough time.
Pearson?
You ain't
Good job,
doing
Mary
too
Beth.
well, but
Good for them.
we, our community, we will survive. They will not crush us.
I hope so.
Hmm.
But
I look
if
awful.
we let Jack and
the
the women
fuck is
free,
wrong with you? I
well,
look
then
like
there
that guy
ain't
who
any
lives in the cave.
Freedom for no one in this country no more, Arthur. One more big score, we got enough money to leave. All this turmoil has the army and Pinkerton spinning. We take a boat and slip away.
I don't know what you're saying, Dutch, but it seems like I've heard it all before.
Just one more
And there's
train.
always a goddamn train.
Arthur, this is different. We know this is full of cash. Army payroll, money and supplies to repair the bridge that you blew. This is all
Danny.
going to plan. We rob Uncle Sam, and we leave
Thankfully, I don't have any of those.
the poetry of it all. What do you think?
No, you
It
left
sounds
me.
wonderful.
What the hell is happening?
Hell, yeah. I ain't got much to lose, but
Look
you know,
awful.
the women and the children. And John and his family. I'm afraid I have to insist. I mean, we gotta let them go, because if the Pinkertons come through again, they will kill everyone.
John? Insist?
Yeah. Insist.
You saw him walk away.
Of course, pal. Whatever you think is best, I will see to it. Huh? Now, we gonna rob a
Did you
train?
just call me pal?
Sure.
We will survive. We will flourish. We have work to do, my friends. Let's go. Come on. We are gonna borrow a little money from old Uncle Sam and be out of his hair once and for all.
I look insane. Can I shave or something first?
Insist. Let's ride out, gentlemen.
Hey, Afrosax likes my
Let's
hat.
go. Yeah.
Like, why am I only privy to the plan the second before we're about to go?
Okay, let's pick up the pace.
This is
Train
Micah's
due
band.
in
Hi, Miles. How you
70
doing?
in
Welcome
an
in.
hour.
We're robbing a train in the middle of a city?
No, it's going to stop there, take on mail and water, let off some boys heading home on leave, and then it heads out.
They know the bridge is gone, Black Lung. There'll be a patrol past Annisburg, waiting down by the river to collect the money.
We sneak on quietly, and then we got a short time to stop the train before it reaches the patrol.
Uh-huh. Okay. Just enough to go to Tahiti.
Go get that dynamite. We'll meet back up outside of Saint Denis.
I'll go with them.
I like also how we went to Guarma and we're like,
It's this way. I hid the wagon down here after we blew the bridge.
Oh no, I
This
don't
is where a
trust.
big goddamn group
I don't
of
trust
us
that he
be
sent me
lying
away
back
with
in the sand
John.
beneath.
He's setting me
Yeah.
up.
I heard the Pinkertons have pretty much taken over Van Horn. Moved a whole heap of
What was
men
I saying?
in there. Things are closing in fast.
Yeah, I like how we went to Guarma and we're like, oh, we want a tropical island, but not this one. As if there's not going to be problems on every tropical island. What are you talking about?
Should be just through these trees. There it is. I'll get the dynamite. No, I can do it. Sure? I'm fine. Okay, it's in the back.
There's nothing here. Oh my god, I thought we saw an ass crack. No, it's fine. His shirt's tucked in.
Got it? All right, let's get this done. No point in putting this off any longer. So listen, Abigail just told me. The money? It's hidden in the caves at Beaver Hollow. What? Yeah. So much for never hiding it near camp. Dutch was getting even sloppier than we thought. Are Abigail and Jack ready to leave? I think so. Okay. Well, whatever happens with this job today, wherever Dutch and them go next, we're getting you the hell out of here. We're going to get you the money you need.
And to do what?
Out, well, maybe all of this will still mean something.
I guess, but
Tilly and Susan too.
do you really just expect John
Do
to
whatever it
become
takes. You've
a
always
working
had my
man?
back,
He's obviously
Arthur.
addicted to the
Perhaps not always.
lifestyle. Hi, Hailstorm. How
Anyway.
you doing?
Here we go. One last train, Arthur. One last train.
Your grandpa is very sure of himself. You don't need to feel embarrassed. A man who can let it hang. No, that's not the right phrase. Who can let it show. They've got nothing to lose. Wrong phrase. Was he still married to your grandma?
Everything? Yeah. Then off we go. Off we go, indeed.
One last time.
I gotta change. I'm sorry. Okay.
Gentlemen, I got us a riverboat.
I look too insane in this. I think my number 3 is for warm weather.
We'll head up to New York or Chicago and get a real boat from there out to the tropics.
So long as it isn't Guarma.
No, maybe number 2.
Paradise, son.
It's all coming together, Dutch. Just like
Oh
we
god, that
planned.
phrase is so triggering to me. It's all coming together.
Or do you
Dr. Crow says that to me all the time.
Sounds about as good now as every time I heard it before.
Hey, Shadowvid.
Oh,
Yeah.
Abigail
Thank
must
you for the
be
gifted
real
subs today.
excited. All packed up like she is. I could just see her in the little grass skirt.
Don't talk to me, you son of a bitch.
Boys, okay now, let's keep it down. We don't want to draw attention to ourselves going through here. Nice and easy through town, fellas.
Ah, Saint Denis. It's good to be back. Happy memories, huh, John?
Will you shut up, Mackie?
Why is he antagonizing John about losing his son? He likes to say I suppose quite a lot. No, I haven't been reading too many things.
Not much further now.
Hi there, mister.
Are you well?
Isn't that a cop? They just don't give a shit? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, we definitely look suspicious.
All right.
Is it... Oh, it's so windy out here.
Cleet, Sadie.
Like
you
raining
board
like
halfway
crazy.
along. John, you and Arthur are gonna board at the back.
I had tornado warnings
Follow
today.
Mike and I, and join once they stop the train.
Here she comes.
It's not stopping.
Sneak on now. God damn it. Well, everybody mount up.
We're still going through with this?
Of course we are.
What are you talking about? When your plan fails, you don't just wing it.
Come on, Arthur. We gotta get on that train.
Not suspicious at all.
Arthur, come on. You okay?
Yeah.
Money's in the front carriage. You gotta push forward. Before we run out of track.
You're dead.
Ramal, let's go. Shit. I missed it. I need to eat. I'm almost out of food. Where's my food? There.
Doing that, Arthur.
I'm okay.
Keep pushing. Come on. Let's get to the next carriage.
Why is it just me and John? Where's everybody else?
Go to hell.
Oh shit. Oh my god, what is happening? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Look out. There's some on the roof.
So much for sneaking on here.
You did you?
Of course not.
Push up on it.
Who's that?
Let's keep moving.
Oh, I missed.
Let's go, Arthur.
I'm coming. What is, sorry, what's this?
Get to the front.
Over John? What's that? Do you guys see that? What was that?
Damn it to hell.
Oh shit. Nice.
Just
Stay down.
days, huh?
This don't feel nothing like the old days.
God.
Get behind something.
Oh shit, he's still shooting. Oh no. We gotta run.
Train's on fire. Come on. We can't get through the smoke. Come on, let's go. Jump. Come on.
Okay, that was easier than I thought.
Get going, Bill.
All right, let's get back on there.
Go on, Arthur, now.
How did they get ahead?
Couple that cash before it blows us all up.
On it.
The train's being
Oh, where's the money?
Well done.
Oh, John. John!
Stop your John! You protect that money! Man the gun, Arthur! I'll go stop the train! Stop the train? Whatever you do, do not stop the train! You secure up ahead, but keep us moving! I'll deal with that patrol when they come through.
Oh no.
We got a lot of riders on our tail, Arthur.
I see him!
Look out on the right!
I'll practice on something.
Is he talking about the horses?
Sure you can handle that gun? 'Cause I can't take over if you want.
Just shut the hell up!
Hey, we all gotta work together on this.
Did I Gatling gun show to show? Not
Look out
gonna.
on the right.
How the hell I get settled with you, little lady?
Watch your goddamn mouth.
Look left.
Kill him.
Watch your right.
Oh god, it's just so hard with the mouse.
Look left.
More on the right.
Where?
Will you shoot him for Christ's sakes?
What the hell you think I'm doing?
Miss it.
Cool.
I don't take orders from you.
Who do you take orders from?
Okay, get off the gun. We need to go for the money. Come on. The money should be in the front carriage.
Take orders from Micah?
Okay, quick. It's below a home. Let's go. The money's in that carriage.
All right, guess I better blow this thing.
Hurry up, partner. Ha! Here we go.
We got something.
We got something!
Are you sure?
Wait, there's more!
Where are we supposed to put all this?
Morgan! The driver's dead! This thing ain't stopping! We got to get off!
Okay, then. Let's go.
How? Did we grab enough cash?
Jesus.
We're alive.
Just about.
Where are horses?
Well, let's
Hi,
move.
hi, Jax. How you doing? They finally got paid? I guess so.
Where's John?
I tried.
He didn't make it.
I don't think that's
that
true.
patrol killed him. We had to run.
Come on, let's go. Before another patrol turns up.
Get. Did we look in the bag to make sure that's money? Why is the money so heavy? Where it's all corn, right? Red Dead Redemption. Don't give me the title of the game. It's all big coins.
They came and took Abigail. I saved Jack. We hid, but they took Abigail.
Who did?
Agent Milton and his men took her to Van Horn to be put on a boat and tried for murder.
I am sorry to hear that.
We gotta let her go. John's, well, sorry, son. Without John, she's just bait. Got a bunch of money, Dutch.
Huh?
She's just a girl. They won't do nothing to her. But me and the boys know. We need
I
to
don't
keep
t-
riding on
underst-
this
I don't
one,
trust
Dutch.
any of
You
the
know
story.
it. Every man here knows
We
it.
just gonna
Abigail ran off.
Orphan? It ain't like that.
John
What is
pretended
it,
to
lad? I
die.
wanna live, cowpoke. I still got the choice. Dutch, it's just a girl.
You're right.
This is how they get
Like
out
a-
of here.
It pains me to say it, Arthur. But
This is all their plan. I think this was their own
Come on,
plan.
boys.
But what about Jack? They're not gonna abandon Jack.
Well, I guess that's that then.
They did it. Give me Jack.
Goddamn years.
Come on, Arthur. Let's go get her. You and me is all we need.
Miss Tilly. Here. Take this. You take this money, too.
It's
Take
real.
Jack, and you wait at Copperhead Landing for Abigail and Mrs. Adler.
Thank you, Arthur.
You're a good girl. You live a good life now, you hear?
All right, Arthur.
Exactly, Cat.
I'll
Me
miss.
too, sweetheart. Me too.
Is Tillian on the plan though? I don't know.
Be brave, son. I'm gonna go get your mama. Mrs. Adler. Ride with me.
Okay, so Sadie's obviously on the plan.
If they're putting her on a boat,
Am I
they'll
right?
probably dock at the north end of town. So I reckon we should go in the other way.
Oh, I'm wrong?
Sure, I guess. I don't know.
What?
Those goddamn bastards.
Look, just follow me, okay? We're gonna get this done, Arthur.
Am I wrong? I gave it all. Oh shit. No, I still have $4,000.
Now he don't care if he orphans his friend's child so long as he gets rich. All his goddamn talk all them years. Seems like it was
Sadie's his
always
work
a
wife.
lie, or he went crazy. What a mess.
Sure. Guess he began to believe he was God or something.
Just like a cult leader, like I said.
don't know. I'm sorry you got dragged into this. Into us.
Listen, if you hadn't shown up in my house that night, I'd be dead. And even this bullshit beats dead.
Thought
She's funny.
I could find a way to get John, Abigail, and Jack out of this mess. Give them a life. Seems I left it too late.
If we could still get Abigail, maybe her and Jack will be okay.
John, Hosea, Mac, Davy.
So
Jenny,
who's in on this plan if I'm not?
we
I
have to
swear.
put an end to this.
I swear this has to be part of their plan.
An eagle flies. Another angry fool he used just like he did with the rest of us.
Like I said, Arthur, we don't need them. We're gonna make this right. Me and you together. What's left of it. Now come on.
I don't know if that's how you talk about dead friends. We don't need them.
Okay, here we are. Let's ditch the horses and come up with a plan. Easy.
Now Sadie's got a plan.
How you feeling?
Nervous.
Okay.
I think you should cover me and I'll go in there and get her. Cause you're the better shot, I mean.
That ain't what you mean.
I can still
Oh, I see.
fight.
She's talking about the
I
rest of the
know,
game.
Arthur, but just do it my way, honey. It's for the best. Get up someplace high, like the lighthouse or something. And cover me. Please.
Okay.
She's a Southern Belle robotic. Don't read too much into it.
Get.
What do they say? Oh, summer child. Don't be a summer child. It was foreshadowing the corona pandemic. Plot hole found, Cam. You found it. You found the hole. Not even a cough.
Okay, Mr. Milton.
I'm glad I'm not wearing my sombrero anymore.
There you are, you bastard.
Oh, so they did actually get Abigail. Wow, I thought I was so smart.
Sadie.
Damn, I thought I was right. What am I supposed to do? Kill these guys?
Up there! There we go!
Goddamn bastards.
Whoops. I'm almost out of red eye. I can hear it. What's happening? I can't see. Well, Sadie's dead. Whoops. I killed Sadie. Hi, Monkey Magic. She did. Canada! I've embarrassed Canada here. Where's the guy shooting from? Whoa. Down here.
Goddamn bastards.
I've gotten used to y'all trying to scare me. Also, that was like a very scary moment.
That's it. Keep moving. Yeah, I got you.
Ew, Arthur. Stop talking like that.
Move, Sadie, move.
Phyrexis!
That almost got me. I'm scared.
Go on, Sadie. Keep moving. Shit.
I can't shoot. It won't let me shoot.
Okay, Mr. Milton.
Cheers, Pars. Thank you.
This out
Cheers
like
to you.
gentlemen.
Why couldn't I shoot? Wait, I gotta eat first. I'm almost out of food though.
Kill him!
Like to see you try. Those are too far for me. I don't know if shotgun's better though. Like the shotgun accuracy's gotta be even worse. Ooh.
Far enough, you son of a bitch!
Who said that?
Oh, you're dead now, Morgan.
Who said that?
Rethinking something. Take another. That's down. Will somebody shoot that bastard?
Shit.
Rats come for you, bastard.
Shit.
Piece of shit, ready to die.
Who's still alive behind me? They shot my hat off. Poor Abigail. Dutch set us up.
Ladies, let's get out of here.
Calm down, Mr. Morgan.
You didn't check around the room?
That's quite a cough.
Sure,
Sure.
tuberculosis. I'll be dead soon. And you with me, Mr. Milton.
You'll be dead, sure.
Sure.
But I'm gonna be just fine. We offered you a deal, Mr. Morgan. You should have taken it.
Sure.
I'm a fool, Mr. Milton.
Not all you boys have quite so many scruples. Old Micah Bell,
Micah, you mean Molly?
Molly O'Shea, sweated her a couple of times, never
She
talked to her,
lied.
had to let her go. Micah Bell, we picked him up when you boys came back from the Caribbean, and he's been a good boy ever since.
Huh.
Okay. Okay.
Using your strength, Mr. Morgan.
You're still a yapping dog, Mr. Milton.
I'm grappling. I'm grappling. Molly vindicated. Why did Molly lie?
Horrible man.
Fucking Michael! I knew it was him.
Now come on, both of you.
She didn't deserve to die. Fuck everybody.
We need to get the hell out of here.
What happened to Jack? Where is he?
He's fine. Billy's got him.
Oh, thank God.
Abigail, you ride mine. Get on, Arthur. Get on. You'll be okay. Bye. Ahead of us on the left.
I need a new gun. I gotta change my gun. You don't believe Milton? Can I not change my gun? Nope. I guess like it would physically not make sense. Because I have to shoot around her.
You all right, Abigail?
I think so.
Good job, Abby.
On the right, Arthur.
Hi, Lamont.
God damn it! More of them!
I don't know if it's necessarily that Micah's not the rat. It's that did Molly actually rat as well? Were they both rats? Because if he's saying he got Micah after Gorma, then Molly, then that wouldn't be Saint Denis at all. Right?
You see any more of them?
No. Wait a second.
Well, Micah's insane, so we can't give any rational thought to Micah. But I'm thinking it could be... Yeah, but if you don't believe Milton, that's the part you wouldn't believe.
So fast, I couldn't do anything.
Or, but you're saying you don't believe that it was Micah.
Ladies, I'm fine. Hold up a moment.
Arthur, there's no time.
There's time.
Yeah, if he turns after Gorma, it's after the bank job.
What happened to John? Where's John?
I don't know. I think...
That would make sense, Drew.
What?
He got killed or he got captured.
No.
I'm really sorry.
No!
Abigail, I was on the train and I didn't see it.
No!
Listen, we got Jack. He's safe. Mrs. Adler will take you to him. But John...
He's right behind me.
I want you to know this.
John's right behind me.
He loved you. He loved you, and Jack, he did.
Come on, John, get
he
back
wasn't
here.
perfect, but he did. Now, you gotta go get that boy.
Okay, I see robotic how John
Go
thing
get
is a
Abby.
spoiler.
Arthur, what are you doing?
I see how the
gotta
John
go
thing is a
have a
spoiler
little
now, because
chat
I have an
before I get
expectation.
much sicker.
No, Arthur.
Don't you owe Arthur me. Neither of you two. Not now. You both know.
But I'm no different than anyone else that's played the
good
first
women.
game.
Good people. The best. You go get that boy. There'll be time for sorrow.
I don't think so, Darth. I think Micah's just a
You're
freaking
headed back there,
coward.
Arthur.
He has no principles or morals.
Take this.
He's only
I
out
don't
for
need
himself.
It anymore.
What's that?
Like, I don't think he
There's a
put too much
chest in
thought
the
into
caves,
ratting.
In the back to the left, hidden under a wagon. Dutch's chest. All our money. I know John told you I knew where it was.
Abigail Roberts.
Always was a good thief.
That you was. Yeah, get out of here.
That's so sad. That's what she's proud of. And that's Dutch's fault, you know. I don't have to ride? Oh, I do.
The many things we learn. The bills That's the way it is.
Exactly, Darth. Yeah, I think
That's the
so.
way it
This is the part where you all died or cried?
Oh, you're a good man. I just wish you'd done it before he worked himself into the grave.
I'm really sorry for your son. It's a hell of a thing.
And all you can do now is decide the man you want to be for the time you have left.
May the wind be at your back.
Yeah, I feel happy. Abigail's alive.
Good fortune touch your head.
Jack's good. Sadie's good. I'm already emotionally over with Dutch. Oh shit.
All from your command.
Wait, where am I supposed to go? Okay.
That's the way it is.
I think the conversation with the nun was already very heartbreaking, but that was kind of coming into terms with our own death.
I just don't want any more folks to die, Dutch.
Thank you, Bella.
He was never my real dad.
You know, there ain't enough kindness in this world, that's for sure.
This is a happy ending, guys.
Maybe it's a sign, Arthur.
This is a happy ending.
Try to do the good
We're
thing.
free from Dutch. This is our freedom. Am I going the wrong way? Yeah, okay. Game's like, you idiot. You're supposed to go the other way. Yeah, I wouldn't have wanted to die remaining brainwashed by Dutch. Who's left?
Get them bags packed up quick, Miss Grimshaw. Come on, all of you.
Well, we're doing our best.
Hurry. We ain't got long. Hurry.
We just got plenty of time, Mike.
Free to die. Free to die.
We all need to have a little
A redeemed man.
Back long. You're back.
Shiznick.
Hooray.
We already came to terms with the fact that our happy ending isn't going to
I
include a
just saw
child or
Agent
family.
Milton, Dutch. Abigail shot him. She's okay. Not that you care too much about that. You rats. All of you. Seems old Micah was pretty close.
I got
to Bill.
emotional when we were talking
What
to
the
the
hell are
nun.
you
That
talking
part was
about,
emotional.
You talked.
That's a goddamn lie.
Dutch.
Dutch, think of the future.
Milton told me.
And you believe him, Black Lung? You believe him?
It all makes sense now.
No, it damn well doesn't.
Doo-doo-doo.
Dutch. Think.
No,
Dutch,
fuck these people. Who cares what
be
Dutch thinks?
practical now.
Dutch!
John?
John!
You left me. You left me to die. My boy.
My boy? You're not
I
my
didn't
real
have
dad.
a choice. John, I didn't have a choice. Left me.
You left me too, actually, Dutch. Do you remember that?
You pick your side now because this is over. All them years, Dutch. For this snake.
Oh, be quiet, cowpoke. Be quiet. You live in the clouds.
No, you be quiet, Mr. Bell.
Oh?
And put down your gun.
Sue?
There's Pinkertons coming, fast!
Now! Who amongst you is with me?
Sorry.
And who is betraying me?
I'm betraying you. Kill that motherfucker.
I'll be here. Think for yourself.
Bill.
He's lying. He's lying.
Put your God damn it! Move!
Is Susan okay?
Everyone get down!
Is Susan okay? I can't even shoot properly. I can't even think. How dare you shoot her? After all the antagonizing I did, I feel bad. Can I switch my gun? Finally. I should have improved my gun before this mission though. No, she dead? Ugh, come on. Oh shit. Oh shit. Why did I run up front? Who's shooting at me? Oh shit. Oh, there's like no way out? Do I have an escape here? I have no more food. Just have some beans. No more beans. Shit. Oh, one of these. Okay.
Come on, Arthur! With me!
Why'd you yell, John? I'm right behind you.
Left me for dead.
Seems that's what they do now.
I see him over here. Stay with me, Arthur.
Oh, the shadow scared me. Arthur, fucking go. I'm scared.
Michael was the rat.
Nobody redeemed Canada.
Milton told me.
We should have killed him months ago.
Seriously. No, it didn't work.
Just up ahead.
Then don't do it.
Are you all right, Arthur?
I'm with you. Keep going.
Hey, hold on. Let's keep moving.
That's no way for a young lady to behave. Phyrexis.
Abigail's safe. So's Jack.
Where are they?
It was Sadie at Copperhead Landing.
Thank you, brother.
I want you
I want you.
to not look back. Like I said.
Cheers, buttery dinner rolls. How you doing? Welcome in. What's that? Just saw your message. Sorry, I've been enthralled here.
Arthur, we gotta go. Come on, run. Pinkerton's in the trees ahead. Look out. God damn. There's an army of these sons of bitches.
Too far.
They're on the road. Follow me. Christ, Arthur.
Okay, well, I don't understand which way we're going. Because I was going... Oh, God.
Pinkerton's on the left. They'll keep the others busy.
Come on.
They're all over it.
did we fall? Like these cans of sardines.
Come on, brother. Let's go.
Welcome back, Yogurt. Where'd you go?
Come on.
Mario!
Push, Arthur.
Why would they do this? Why would they do this?
Arthur! Come on, Arthur. Let's go.
Well, what about the money?
This is a line too far.
Abigail gave me the key.
I head down there, I'm dead in 5 minutes. I got a family. That's more important.
Maybe you're right, but...
You want the money? You head down. I gotta go to my family.
Which one?
Arthur.
Which one?
Respect.
I made the wrong choice. I made the wrong choice.
Take this. And this.
Undo, 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 undo. I just wanted more content. How do I undo? That's 40 minutes ago. Guys, are we redoing 40 minutes ago? How do I blame chat for this? You guys were too slow. No, it's 40 minutes. I thought the... God damn it. Because I thought there would be more gameplay. No, it's not the choice I want to make, Panar. It's not the choice. I want to do the good thing. If you were to ask me if I would choose between my friend or money, I would choose my friend. But I thought there was going to be more, you know, I like completing things. At first, it seems like you're all alone. No, I chose more content. I didn't choose more.
Abigail. I saved Jack. We hid, but they took Abigail.
Who did?
Agent Milton and his
We're
men.
so far back.
If they're putting her on a boat, they'll probably dock at the north end of town.
God
So
damn
I
it.
reckon we should go in the other way.
Sure, guess.
I don't know about this decision.
Those goddamn bastards.
No, because in a video game, if it's like extra content, I'm gonna play the extra content. I didn't know I was killing myself and John while I was at it. Yeah, this is pretty far back. It was 40 minutes ago. They never implied it was extra content. Yes, they did. Because it's like, the question usually comes up. It's like, do you want to go hunting with Dutch or do you want to go back to the camp, right? Or, you know, it's the same, it's a UI issue. It's the same UI as when you do get extra content. Whoa, sorry. It's exactly the same cutscene, and then usually the one that goes by faster, the one that the game forces you to choose if you don't choose, is the one with less content. So when I saw that the one with John, Save John, was like gonna happen, I was like, oh wait, they want to shortcut this for me. Even Mansa Musa wouldn't go back for the money. I was railroaded into it, exactly. Hi, Vanda. Yeah, why would they make it a timed choice? I got scared with the timed choice. Red Dead exemption. I know, I'm off YouTube these days. It's not good. I'm gonna be back soon though. I'm gonna make some regular content, not streaming.
Here we are. Let's ditch the horses and come up with a plan.
Because my channel is a Civ channel. It's also, I don't know, YouTube feels not great for streaming. Red Dead 1. I think sorrow.
How you feeling?
That's so much work, Yogurt. I'm just funneling everyone into Twitch.
I think you should cover me and I'll go in there and get her.
Okay.
Cause you're the better shot, I mean.
Okay.
That ain't what you...
Okay. Skip. Skip, skip, skip. Guys, we can do this fast. Let's see how long this takes us. What's a speed run like? RDR1 has a poncho. I was wearing a poncho 2 seconds ago. Everybody hated my outfit. Second YouTube channel sounds like so much work. That's literally the Twitch's terms of services. It says you can't have both chats up at the same time, because then they'll feel FOMO.
There you are, you bastard.
Okay, let's see if I can do this fast.
They're in the lighthouse.
Goddamn bastards.
Where'd those guys go again? Shit. Not again. I lost them. It's gotta be to the left, no? Where's Sadie? Oh, I'm gonna lose. Oh no. Oh, where are they? So much for a speed run. Where are they? Retry checkpoint. Bottom right corner, right of the shack? Okay. I'm gonna try to use less Deadeye. I'll use it when they're moving. Right of the shack. On the right? Oh, down here. Oh, here we go. There we go. Thank you.
Come on, Sadie. Keep moving. Yeah, I got you.
Dude. Hi, Lord Hammersy.
That's it. Keep moving.
Oops. Dun, dun, dun. I wish I could shoot these guys. Okay, skip.
Okay, Mr.
Okay. Shit, I'm missing. It's Arthur Morgan. Shit, where did that come from? Da-da-da-da. Okay. We did it.
Okay, ladies, let's get out of here.
Using your strength, Mr. Morgan.
So far it's been 7 minutes.
You're still a yapping dog, Mr. Milton.
Uh-huh.
Find the horses. We need to get...
Need a steak?
What happened to Jack? Where is he?
He's fine. Tilly's got him.
Thank God.
Abigail, you ride mine. Hurry, Arthur. Let's get on, Arthur. Get on.
I'm too far for these guys to matter. Let's just keep
You'll
going.
be okay.
Okay, let's go. What if I press the wrong button again? I need to press R. Remember to press R. Not F. No F's for chat.
You see those on our right?
Maybe save beforehand. Good idea. I don't know if I can because I'm in the middle of a mission. Or don't press anything. That's a good idea.
I think so.
That's nice of the game to automatically pick the happier option for you. Oh, neck shot. Whoa, I look badass. Where's my hat? Nice. Hey, at least I'm a horseman. What's my next mission? Kill 9 predators from horseback? Predators, like wolves and bears.
Bastards grabbed me outside camp. I was with Tilly and Jack. It happened so fast, I couldn't do anything.
They do always catch Abigail. Have you noticed?
Ladies.
Do snakes count? Probably.
Hold up a moment.
Is that why? It's because it's dirty? Shit.
Arthur, there's no time.
There's time.
Oh, I mean, ugh. This is so stupid. Get me out of this scene. Also, I hate this. There we go. I can't skip emotional reflection. That I can't skip it is what I mean.
Oh, you're a good man.
Yeah, you guys are such softies.
I just wish you'd done it before he worked himself into the grave.
This isn't the saddest part of the game. I really don't think I can. No, I really can't.
I'm really sorry for you, son. It's a hell
No,
of a
I can't skip it.
And all you can do now is decide the man you
Emotions
wanna
are
be for the time you
okay.
have left.
This is too much toxic masculinity. Is this really Willie Nelson? Okay. Didn't sound like him. I did get sad when we discussed Death with the Nun, or at least reflective. But this is so...
We already owe more than it's worth.
I don't know. How do I say this?
I just don't want any more folks to die, Dutch.
It's so forced, yeah.
Thank you, fella. You know, there ain't enough kindness in this world, that's for sure.
The nun was more like an angel. She was...
Maybe it's a sign, Arthur.
like pure good.
Try to do the good thing.
I don't know. We may get copyrighted. We'll see. Okay, we're almost there. So far, it's been almost 20 minutes. Okay, can I clean my gun? Oh shit. No, I can't clean it right now. I need a different gun then. I'll just use this one. Or you know what? I'll just use my Litchfield repeater. Can't believe they killed my horse. That part's kind of ridiculous. They know how much I bonded with that horse. That's so... They do that just because they hate the player.
Come on, Arthur! Guys! Quick! Hey! Look out!
They're running into the cave. Chase them down. Go! Go! After them! They have no way out of there. Find them and kill them.
There is a way out, actually.
Come on, Arthur!
Yeah, I'm mad. I'm shooting horses. If I can't have my horse, neither can they.
Those bastards left me for dead.
That's what they do now.
Stay with me, Arthur!
Hurry up.
What's wrong, tough guy? Scared to die? Oscar was the rat, John. Milton told me.
We should have killed him months ago. Let's go, Arthur, push!
How long has Micah been with us?
Are you all right, Arthur?
I'm with you. Keep going. Stop.
Yeah, hurry up.
Arthur, you go up first.
Oh, so you're evil too, Cam? Micah took Molly's place.
Arthur, we gotta go. Come on, ride.
Yep.
Which way are we riding?
It's up ahead in the tree.
I really need him to be up ahead. I can't. I don't know which way we're going. Thank you.
Shit, they're on the road. Follow me. There's an army of these sons of bitches.
Let's go, man. That wasn't too bad. We did it in 20 minutes. Shoot your damn horse. I'm shooting horses at this point.
There's Pinkertons everywhere. We gotta move.
This is where we were.
Come on, Arthur.
Oh, let me just get off my horse. Let me just get off my horse. I think people just want to hate Micah, so it's easy to believe. It's not like he said John's the guy, and so we would question it. It's easy to believe it was Micah. Okay. Not touching anything.
Let's go.
Give me a second.
Come on. Push, Arthur.
Help John. I don't remember the horse's name. Barbarossa?
Arthur.
No, Gilgabro.
Let's go.
He's still in the
What about the money?
stables.
Abigail gave me the key.
I head down there.
Yeah,
I'm
what
dead in
about the
5
money?
minutes. I got a family.
I am kind of
It's more
curious about the
important.
money.
Maybe you're right, but
You want the money? You head down. I gotta go to my family.
Help John get to safety. There we go.
I'm coming with you. I'm gonna get you out of this bullshit if it's the last goddamn thing I do.
Thank you.
I mean, this is the Arthur we've been the whole time. I just thought I was doing him a favor by getting him some money. I don't know.
We need to get the hell out of here.
I feel like that's a little bit of a black and white situation. I mean, he's gonna need money.
Well, let's get up this cliff.
You go.
Come on, Arthur. Keep pushing. Christ alive! Get behind a rock! God damn it, they're everywhere! Get out!
That's not behind a rock. I didn't bring any other gun.
We need to get out of here! Let's go!
Give me a second. Hi, Bobby, dude.
Let's go! Come on!
I can't. Give me a second.
Come on, we need to get going!
People are judging my gun condition. Oh, cheers to you, Poppy. Welcome in. Just got a little left here.
All right, Arthur, come on, let's go.
You go.
I did it for chat, Paper
Push it,
Tiger.
Arthur.
Thank you.
No. I think
Bobby,
I
you
pushed all I
missed
can.
so much tonight.
You go.
We ain't got time for this, not now.
We ain't both gonna make it. Go. Now. I'll hold them off.
This is the happy ending? I'm dying for John?
It would mean a lot to me. Please. Ain't no more time for talk. Go.
I need y'all to tell me what the other option would have been.
Go to your family. Arthur! Get the hell out of here and be a goddamn man.
You're my brother.
I know. I know.
Well, I'm not your real brother.
God damn you bastards!
Doesn't work the same. It still takes so many shots to kill them. Wait, I saw them coming up. Oh, that cutscene showed me that they were coming up. That's pretty nice. Oh, I don't have my food on me. Fucking Micah.
I got you now, Black Lung! Rat! You rat! I'm a survivor, Black Lung!
I'm a survivor, he's saying.
That's all there is!
Throw him off.
And dying!
Oh, that hurt me too. He says I'm a survivor, that means he's a rat.
Oh, Black Lung, you don't know how much.
He would say I'm not a rat if it wasn't him.
That all you got? I should have killed you long ago. After we're done, I'm gonna kill Marston.
Shit, he's
too.
good.
Can't you see? I've won.
God. Look at him dodging. Can't believe this is our last fight.
You weak fool.
Oof.
Die. Still got a little fight in you, have you, boy?
What, if Micah's the one to kill me? That's so fucked up.
I've already beaten you. You're pathetic.
How's he so good at this? Am I just bad at fighting?
You goddamn crazy.
He doesn't have TV.
Can't even kill a dying man.
Oh god. I feel like I'm getting my ass kicked. Oh. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Shit. Let's look at this. Block his punches with your face.
Winning and losing.
Oof. I got 2 guns though.
Oh, Black Lung. You ain't gonna reach that gun. You ain't.
I have 2 guns though.
Lost my sick friend. You lost.
This is fake.
Despite my best efforts to the contrary,
Stop talking.
it turns out I've won.
What do you mean? Because John is free?
God damn you.
Who's this?
It is over.
Dutch.
Now, Arthur. It's over.
What, Dutch? What's over?
Oh, Dutch. He's right. You know it, and I know it. He's sick. He's dying. He's talking crazy. Up there on the ridge. I gave you all I had. I did.
Mm.
Come on, Dutch. Let's go, buddy.
Buddy.
We made it. We won. Come on. John made it. He's the only one. The rest of us.
Not your buddy guy.
I tried. In the end, I did. Come on. Let's go. We can make it.
Am I dying? This is not how I die. What about Catherine?
Come on, Dutch. Come on! Ah!
I guess you always pick the money stealer ship. Oh no. I cannot die like this. Well, not with Dutch living and me dying. No. That's ridiculous. This is how I die? By fucking Micah? Cheers. I guess. Guys, Micah kills me. I better be alive. No, I mean, it's clearly Micah. He beat me to pieces. I wouldn't be dying if it wasn't for the fight. Oh, okay, so you died no matter what. It was everything. You lived a hard life. Yeah. It was the rot in your soul. I wouldn't mind taking out his eye. What, you get to play as John now or something? I don't want to die. I had more hunting to do. Cheers, Tiger. Cheers to you.
That was close. Too close. We brought that trouble on ourselves.
By we, you mean me.
Ooh, look at his
The
haircut.
one me who went and shot him.
Seemed like he deserved shooting.
I'm sure he did. But I've been thinking, ain't it about time you stop being the man making them decisions?
I'm trying.
Are you?
Why are they always fighting? This is so toxic.
We gotta find someplace to lay low. Keep quiet.
Maybe Dutch was right. Maybe we should have just gone to Tahiti.
Oh, he's a new
Is
Dutch.
that it with you? Tahiti or killing? Come on, John. Please, try.
This is what I said. Try being a
We gotta
decent
live
man.
somewhere for more than just a few weeks.
Okay. Let's see what we can find in Strawberry. What do you know about Strawberry?
I know they like good, honest, hard-working men a whole lot more than angry killers. So make yourself good and honest.
I'm always honest. Maybe not always
Kinda looks
good.
like Keanu
I'm
Reeves.
always honest.
My whole life I've been surrounded by
Raspberries.
fools with moral codes. Here's the moral code. Look out for folks. Stop trying to act like some hero in a book.
What do you know about heroes and books?
My reading's getting pretty good.
We'll read different books then.
The books is Jack's. And, well,
Poor Abigail.
maybe he's doing most of the reading, but still.
You're a bad influence.
I want to be Arthur.
Boy,
Sorry, sir. What was that?
I said you're a bad
I don't want to be
influence
John. I want to be Arthur.
with your books.
Oh, I'm crying because I'm mad.
You know that dime novel.
I don't want to be John.
Boy Calloway and the Men from the Moon, or
It's a good place to save. I don't know if I can yet. No, still can't.
Whatever it was, I'll do my best to find better reading material, Pop.
I'm not even sad. I'm mad as hell. Give me my Arthur back.
Boy,
What's that, sir?
do you enjoy Tales of the Wild West?
Not so much anymore. I've been reading about knights. You know, of the Round Table.
Ugh. Well, clearly John doesn't know how to be a good man.
And there's Sir Lancelot, and the Lady Guinevere, and a whole lot of others.
Those names.
I kind of like them.
You know what?
Shit.
So do I.
I'm reading chat too much.
Chloe.
I'm in a hurry, even if you're not.
Shut the fuck up, kid. Oh god. I don't like this. I want to be Arthur again. I wish the game had just ended. Honestly, I wish the game just ended.
Feeling about this place. Been a long time. Why don't you pull up just here?
I'm gonna go see what kind of good, honest work I can find. Grave digging or polishing some rich fella's boots or some such.
Me too. See if me and the boy can find some laundry work or something.
I kind of have gray hair now. Do you guys see it? Help wanted.
Help you, son?
I'm hoping I can help you. I saw the help wanted sign outside.
Sure, but you're a bit old to be stacking groceries and running errands, ain't you, son?
Well, I ain't too proud to do nothing. As long as it's honest and it pays.
Time's hard, Mr.
Morgan.
Jim Milton.
Milton?
Yeah.
The Pinkerton?
My wife and I and our boy. We was robbed a few days ago. Lucky to get out with our lives we was. Now, well, we need money.
There's bad folk out there.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Jim John Milton.
Sure.
Well, then maybe you could run some goods up to Pronghorn Ranch for me. You know, head west past O&G.
I don't
and follow the
want
road
to camp.
north
I
and
want
it's
to
right
be
there.
Arthur. I want Arthur to see Blackwater.
I'm sure I can find it. I can leave right now if you'd like.
It's Getty's place. Fine fella. Where's the wagon?
It's just outside. You know, I should go tell my wife, and then I can come back and get loaded.
No, my boys can load you up while you go find your wife.
Okay.
That sounded funny. No, Poppy, this is... I refuse to believe it because this is just a game. Okay? And the game could have... The freaking writers of this game could have chosen not to kill John. I mean, Arthur. Shit. Not to kill Arthur. So, this isn't real life. And, Video game characters don't have to die, even though people do. And I could have gone to Blackwater with Arthur.
Thank you, Doctor.
No, he didn't.
Hey.
He didn't have TB. They wrote in TB.
Me too.
They could have kept him alive with TB for 20 years.
Cleaning a doctor's surgery.
Fine living.
It is, John. Oh, it is.
Fake
This
this
is the way
death
to
like
it.
Tupac. I hope
Take your word
so,
on
Paper Tiger. I hope so.
What do you suggest now?
I'll stay here and get on with the work. You deliver them goods and then collect me.
Okay.
Not everyone dies from TB, right, Sorrow? Some people live forever.
Don't you forget that. Not ever now.
I won't.
Room for rent. Can I at least live in a house?
Load her up pretty good, Milton.
Good.
Now you ride slow now. Geddes don't want his goods damaged.
Of course.
Okay, well, he still had a few more years, Drew. He died literally the same year he was diagnosed.
West past Owen Gila, then follow the road north. Okay.
What, now I'm an errand boy? Just like the Mongolian game? It was a stressful year, though. They could have left. There could have been one ending where Arthur lived. You were always underweight. True. You were thrilled to play as him? How could you say that? How could you betray Arthur like that? Did you play RDR1, Steal Our Ship? That could make a difference.
Owen Gila. We go past it and north.
Fucking John's an idiot. Listen to him. He needs to repeat directions to himself. I'm playing as a dumbass. Yeah, so you must have more attachment to him. What do you mean I'm following the path? What do you mean I'm following the path? Wow, Shiznik, wow. I'm just following the road. Do you have a gun? Shit, there's a panther this way though.
Now we go north.
What am I gonna do about the panther? Or a cougar, I mean. Oh my god, all those clothes I got from the trapper. I don't know if John's gonna grow on me. Seems like a bad husband.
Ain't much of a delivery boy.
Why am I not much of a delivery boy? Maybe because of that.
You Mr. Geddes?
No, sir. I'm Mr. Dickens, his overseer.
Jim Milton. I'm delivering some supplies from
His
the store in
overseer?
Strawberry.
Okay.
This is quite a place.
Yes, it's beautiful.
They send everything?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't trust this guy.
So, partner, your boss, he looking for hands?
Why? You looking for work?
Yeah.
Yeah, what do you mean overseer dealership? What does that mean
With a
here?
family and turned sour.
What does that mean in the 20th century?
Yeah, I don't know. Married hands. It's a lot of trouble.
I'm a good worker.
Oh, he oversees the
Wife,
ranch.
Agatha,
Okay.
even our boy, Lancelot. We'll all work.
Big man around, boy? Get the hell out of here. Now, that ain't very neighborly. And threatening us is neighborly? Hey,
Oh, that's on YouTube.
mind
Sick.
if I enjoy one of these apples? Put that down. Delicious. Oh,
The music.
when's boss man gonna sell this place, boy? I don't think there's any plans for that. You boys want a drink? It's some fine Scotch whiskey. Put that down. Put that down. These supplies for the season. Get off the farm. Come on. We know when we're not wanted. Get down from there. Bye, bud.
My wagon.
You come back here.
Take that horse if you need it.
Whoa, this horse is so big.
That's my damn wagon.
I tried. I tried. Oh my god, John!
Here we go.
What the hell was that? Let's try normally.
This one's got a stone in its boot.
Where am I going now? Oh jeez. I'm sorry, why are they not just gonna come back and shoot us?
Hey.
Thank you.
Who's that little
Milton,
boy?
Isn't it? Those boys are out of Laramie, work for Mr. Abel. Thank you.
Don't mention it. Listen, I ain't looking for no charity or nothing, but I was serious. You got work? We'll work. I can do anything. We got robbed ourselves a few days back.
We ain't got married hands here. You're married.
Work harder than any one of them. I'm real honest, and my wife,
Didn't I just get a
even
job?
though
I'm
she's
about
got
to
fancy
jump
thoughts,
to another job.
she'll work.
Seem kind of desperate. What trouble you in?
No trouble, sir. Aside from her brother, he tricked us and robbed her of her inheritance. We're good people. We'll work. Even Lancelot.
What does Mr. Geddes need with a boy? Just another mouth to feed.
Just please give us a chance. I can handle myself okay, you know that already.
Yeah, makes me wonder just who would have robbed you. But we'll give you a chance. I'll let Mr. Geddes know when him and his
This guy's
wife return
smart.
tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Dickens. I'll go get my wife.
Nah, no, you stay here. It's getting late. We'll go get her in Strawberry. We'll bring her here tomorrow. We need you around in case any more of them Laramie boys turns up. There's a little cabin out yonder past the ranch house. Things work out, y'all can stay there.
What, in the bear cabin? No, thank you.
Yep. Go get yourself settled. We'll have work for you tomorrow when Mr. Geddes returns.
I don't have a gun. Oh, this one? Oh, okay. I got a home? I finally have a home? It's all I ever wanted. Epilogue. Part 1? It's 2 parts. I like his outfit. So what are we looking at here? So these missions... Wait! The Catherine mission's gone. Robotic? Robotic? Okay. Yeah, Arthur taught her to shoot. Where's my wife? Oh, so I'm poor. I got $11. You know how much more money Arthur had? Just on him? Can we just go find his body? Oh, wow. So at least you guys didn't spoil anything with the pig farm. I thought I was just gonna lose my money. I didn't think I was gonna freaking die. Where's that hat from? No, I don't. I think Darth was right. I don't think it would have made sense with the story if I had that money. I'm happier to roleplay, I think. Oh, you mean I wish Arthur went back for that money? Funny. So am I continuing these tasks? Or what? Yeah, this is still here. So I can do whatever I want. Where should we go grab money from? I think there was 2 places I left money. Wasn't one in this farm? When I came with Sadie?
Give me him.
Milton!
Yeah,
get over here. Mr. Geddes, this is the new ranch hand I told you about.
Well, I heard you had some trouble with your welcome, but you kept your nerve and protected my property.
No, it was nothing, sir.
I'm David Geddes. Pleased to meet you.
John, Jim, Milton.
John,
Thank
Jim,
you
Milton.
for the opportunity, sir. You and Mr. Dickens.
Well, you work hard. You be honest, you'll get your keep. I promise you that.
Boy has a family.
Oh, lucky man. Then you better work extra hard. Good day,
Howdy, sir.
gentlemen.
Sir.
You hear that, John Jim? Extra hard. Hey! Hey! Get over here.
Mr. Dickens?
Go find old Jim Milton here something to do. Make sure he works extra hard.
Sure, Mr. Dickens.
Why is this guy being so mean?
Come on this way. I was on my chores anyhow. Say, is that your family getting in the wagon up there?
Ah, believe it is. Mind if we go welcome them?
Not at all. Hey, is it true what they said about you when you arrived?
What?
That you ran off those hired guns?
Look, can we, not discuss this in front of my wife?
Oh, no, sure. Yeah, of course, mister.
I don't want to worry her.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, maybe John's not that bad.
Mrs. Milton!
Jim Milton. How fine you seem. This kind man just collected us. Thank you, sir.
I think we can be okay here. It's ranching work. This place is kinda...
It's fine. But I hear you began your career in ranching by throwing your weight around. Real wise, Jim.
What was I supposed to do? The place was getting robbed.
So you show everyone who's boss? Real fine.
I didn't have much of a choice.
I hate this type of relationship so much.
Jack, when you're done in here, come on out and lend a hand.
May this love never find me. Give me peace. I hate it so much.
Who's going to milk the cows?
Come on, I'll do it.
You? Are gonna milk the cows?
Sure. Why not?
Because that's not hard work.
I don't know. I thought you was,
Right, Poppy? I mean, it's growing on me. It's grown on me, but
when you got here,
I'm Arthur. I'm not John. I'm not like this third person. I am Arthur. I'm Arthur. I'm not
it weren't nothing.
this
There's
omnipresent
got to be
character
some
controlling
fellas.
everybody.
No. Where are you from, anyway, partner?
Abigail is so good.
Well, you know, up north.
Is so good looking.
Been in these parts before, but that was years ago.
Oh, it's changed. The rich
Yeah.
fellas are coming in and buying everything. The
Scenery's nice.
ranches. But, well, it ain't as wild as it once were, at least.
There is that.
Say, if it ain't too personal a question, are you a gunslinger,
Her
mister?
acting is good. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there are types of people like that out there.
Nothing like that.
Ah, just a ranch hand then.
Just a ranch hand. Failed at a bunch of things, like most men.
Well, I feel a whole heap better having a ranch hand like you around. That is for sure.
Let's see how you feel once you see me work.
All right, then. Here's the cows.
Where? She could just say it in a more communicative way instead of yelling at him all the time.
Yeah, we used to have a bunch of women here did most of the milking. Yeah, but most of them drifted off.
Okay.
You fine with milking?
You know, I ain't really done much of it. Could never really get the hang of it.
You serious, mister?
Sure. It's Jim Milton.
Hey,
You can be pissed and still
I'll show
talk
you how.
nicely to your partner.
approach her calm now. She don't
I
take too
hope
kindly to
everybody out
surprises.
there realizes you don't have to be yelled at all the time or talked down to.
Almost got a
What the
pail
fuck
full.
is this? What am I doing here? It looked like a very weird game for a second.
Sure. Abe, Lancelot.
Well, hey,
Yeah, but do you
Lancelot,
think yelling at him he's gonna start learning?
we're gonna make a dairy maid of your paw yet.
You think if I yell at my students, they'll start learning?
Watch and learn, partner.
They're about to break up, aren't they, Cam? There's no way you can continue this
Help me
way.
clean out the stables.
Sure. Come on, son.
How old you now, Lancelot?
12, sir.
Ain't that great?
Lancelot? Why'd they give him so much a stupid ass
like it.
name?
I got imaginative parents, sir.
I can tell. Now, it ain't pleasant work, but it's got to be done. Mr. Dickens said,
I know what he said.
I know it
We'll do
sounds like a kid chose it. They should not have
do
let him choose it.
Mm-hmm.
Name him Jim Jr.
okay. Well, you get them stalls cleaned out, and I'll see you later. Bye.
Okay, Jack, let's just try and take some pride in this work, hard as it may be. Boy, bring that wheelbarrow over here and keep it close to me.
Yes, sir.
He looks like a Billy.
Moving up.
You're a long way from Angelo Bronte's mansion now.
Sorry, sir.
Nothing.
That stinks.
Yeah. But at least he's got parents who love him.
Look out.
Papa Bronte. If you guys were little Jack here, would you prefer to have gone with Bronte, or would you rather be
careful
with parents who always fight and shoveling manure?
Hold on a moment.
Really, Cat? Really, Robotic? Wow.
Look at this horse shit.
I don't know.
Reckon even your mother would say we're almost done here. You finish things up, I'll go check on her.
Okay.
Clearly Jack would stay with Bronte. Can't be good for the psyche of a child to have your parents fight all the time. And one who just like randomly shoots at people because he's a little angry.
Hey,
Hey,
Oh.
where's Jack?
shoveling shit.
You're saying
Pursuit of the better
Bronte
life you
was
want? Same as
not
I've been?
actually gonna raise
Won't do no
Jack,
harm.
send him to private school, give him a good education. He was going to
Guess
sell
maybe
him
we can
off.
last here.
Okay, okay. Release the
Survive.
Bronte files. Okay.
A little better than survive for once.
Wow, I am
I'm
naive.
tired of fleeing, John. So,
I thought you were just
maybe-
gonna have like a rich papa donor.
Me too.
Like, you know, a little Madeline or something.
I'll put some coffee on.
No, but that's the point of these kinds of relationships, Taylor, right? Like, they get off on the highs and lows. They don't always fight, but they fight, make up, fight, make up. It's just not healthy.
Let's give you another go, girl.
And then anything else would be boring. What are we doing? Should I do some more cow milking or do it a which one? DG or TD? Or cow milking? DT? Oh shit. Oh shit, the game froze. Oh no. Hopefully it's saved. It did just save? Okay. The whole thing's frozen. Let's get back in here. I'm gonna need a break here soon. Hi, Mad Lad. Yep. Oops, it's already running. What? We just finished chapter 6. This looks like promotional screenshot for Civ 7. Make the choice again, get the money or save John. And it also sounds like it's not even that big of a choice. What's the difference? You die either way. Oh, the freeze frame. Yeah, Afrosax, you were right. It's not even a choice. I'm curious how much money we would have gotten. Oh, do you not get the money either? Oh no! Oh, that sucks. I miss Arthur. I guess the game wants me to milk the cows. Let me milk the cows first. Yeah, this is a bull. No? Let's go to TD. Apparently there's 6 gold bars just around the corner. It's fine, right? Huh, who broke that fence?
Milton, can you give
Not
me a
me.
hand with this fence?
Sure.
Know much about fence building?
Not really.
Can't build a fence, can't milk a cow, ain't used to shoveling shits, but took on a gang of robbers.
That's true,
single-handed.
Robotic.
Guess we all got our peculiarities, Mr. Dickens.
What was you
Otherwise,
doing
what
before you came
difference
here?
does Honor make this entire time?
Told you. Wife got cheated out of inheritance. We was in a legal dispute. It was a bad time.
I'm lying.
That sounds awful, but I guess I don't believe a word of it.
I was raised to take a man at his word, and also to believe this is a free country. So free that I can't tell you what to think. So I guess it don't much matter what you believe.
Whoa, John Jim,
But I
relax.
will work hard, and I learn fast.
Okay. Give me a hand with this fence.
Is that true, Dart? There is a different ending? Okay, interesting.
Yep. There's plenty more to do. Pound it in there. We don't want it coming down. Good. Now grab a rail, line it up with a notch, and place it in.
OWS.
Choose a notch and put it in. Now, lift up the other side. They gotta line up, see?
This is so
Now the
stupid.
next rail.
Why is this part of the game?
Fine. That's it.
I agree, Kat. Me too. I've never been able to.
Okay. That looks okay. Go to the next post and pound that in.
Oh my god, really? Where's Dutch? Do we see Dutch again?
I hope you've grasped the basics. I got other matters to attend to, but there's more than a day's work here for you.
All right. So long.
I'll be counting sections when you're done.
Okay.
Tahiti? Harvesting mangoes? I don't think he's doing an honest job at all.
over here. Put that fence down and get over here, boy. Come on, son. Milton, get over here.
Coming.
Come on, give us a hand. Know much about bulls, Milton?
Just the basics. Don't make them mad.
Angus Geddes, this is Jim Milton.
Mr. Milton?
Angus
What's
is
the
your
son?
boss's son.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you. Let's try and move this great hunk of chuck.
Uncle Chuck.
Come on, move!
What am I supposed to do? Oof. Why would you let the sun do this? The sun matters. Oh shit. Shit, sorry.
No, you don't. No. Oh, you don't. Come on. Let's talk. Whoa. Whoa. Christ. Not the fence.
I was just working on it. Oh my god, what is happening?
No, no.
What is happening?
Crap. Bad ball.
Okay, I'm dead. Arthur would never, right?
How am I gonna calm this thing down? You don't look like you're gonna wind down. But I'll...
Oops. I let go.
Gosh. It ain't so bad. Nice and easy now, boy. There, there. There, there. Whoa there. Whoa there. Easy, easy. All better? Okay. Now come on, you hunk of chuck. Stubborn, ain't you? Let's go.
Uncle Chuck is so
Got him,
stupid.
Mr. Dickens.
Oh, good.
Were they mocking me?
How you doing, son?
Did you see him go like this?
Sore, but
Ugh.
I'll be okay. Thank you, Mr. Milton.
My pleasure. And you, mister?
Fine. He just got my head.
Good. There he is.
See you later, Jim Milton.
I'm hungry
We'll
now.
make
I
a
want
rancher of
burger.
you yet.
What's up with John's face? Oh, that's the wolf. Right.
Hey,
No way, robotic.
I'll get the coffee on.
Thank you.
So
I'm headed to work
beefy.
today myself, Jack.
Huh?
So you stay out of trouble.
Where are you working?
I
Hey,
told
he's
you.
reading the book Arthur got
Cleaning at
him.
the doctor's office. Bye.
Bye.
Give the place a tidy.
Okay, Pa.
I'll see you later.
You would have been just like Jim John over here. Okay. An ad break here. I'm gonna need a quick break. I'll be right back, everybody. Just give me a minute here. We're back. Thank you everyone for waiting. I mean, that's kind of nice that there's like markers of Arthur everywhere with what's his name? Oh no, not the memory thing again. Leviticus? No. What's the little boy's name again? Lancaster? No. Lancelot. With a Lancelot reading my book that I got him. We're so back. Okay, let's do the next mission, right? Till we get some guns. How much money do I have now? $17.
I said, Abe,
Yes, sir.
where are the other hands?
I thought I said I don't rightly know, Mr. Geddes, sir.
Well, what good is that to me? We got 3 horses lost.
What's
possibly
happening?
more, a mare about to foal.
Sir.
And no hands to help with any of it. I'm supposed to be heading into town. This place
Money.
is chaos.
Hey, Pa! Can I get some help? Pa!
Milton, you good with horses?
I'm
I did
okay.
donate.
I'll do whatever needs doing, sir.
Good man. Can you help my boy, my youngest Duncan? He will insist on riding Jeremiah, a horse that is far too strong for him. And my wife will need help with this mare.
It's just a stupid name, Poppy.
You and Dickens better not make any more mistakes like you did today, you hear?
No, sir.
Thank you. Both of you.
Guinevere is a cool name, though. Is that how you say it? Guinevere or Guinevere? I like the queen's
He's over
name.
here.
I'm good.
Lancelot.
You get on. Go
Lancelot.
find them horses.
Doesn't sound French.
No. I'll show you. Since you showed up, runaway horse has been to some of our problems. And I am thankful for that.
I ain't done too much. I ain't much of a rancher.
Oh, heck. Hey, maybe
Buena
them
via.
Laramie boys weren't so tough after all, huh? Maybe I could have handled them.
Of course you could. They're just loudmouths.
That's a Frankified Hungarian name. Cool. What's the Hungarian version?
Boss is doing in town?
Did you learn that from
Some
CK3 Pars?
Business with them boys or something?
Well, when Mr. Geddes goes into town, well, it ain't exactly for,
I'm starting to move on from Arthur, I guess. But then I just think about him and I'm just sad.
All right. He'll be just at the end there. Well, I better get to.
Thanks, kid.
Like, this is fun. It's entertaining enough. But then I remember, oh yeah, I was here with Arthur. And I'm sad.
You Duncan? I'm Jim. Jim Milton.
Hey.
Need a hand with that horse?
No.
Whoa. You sure about that?
Okay, yes I do.
Pretty big one.
That's Jeremiah.
Okay, Jeremiah. There, boy. Hey, now. Oh, hey, easy now.
Look at his bulging eyes.
Easy, boy. Oh, someone put some onions on their oats, didn't they, boy? Calm down.
He likes you.
Uh-oh.
I'm sure he likes any of us, but
Sorry, I
Make him
couldn't.
respect
I
you.
had to keep pressing G. I'm sorry, everybody.
Teach me how to make him behave same way as he
He's
does
right
for
into
you.
the mic.
I'm supposed to go help your mother. She's got a horse in foal.
Yeah, you're weird fetish robotic. I'm so
Training
sorry.
The horse can take hours.
Just give me a quick lesson, sir. Please.
Okay. I'm gonna take him out first. Burn
That's
some
no
of the
way for a
seed
young
off
lady to
him.
behave.
I'll be in the corral, man.
Tire out Jeremiah?
Okay.
Doing what?
Let's get a lather up.
Let's get a lather up. What does that mean?
Come on. Where's that big mean horse?
What am I supposed to do?
Everything you got. Come on. Yeah, boy. Yeah, Jeremiah.
Oh wait, this is the ranch I left money at. Do you think it's still there?
Let it all out of you. us no trouble now.
Oh, I thought it was this one. Will you jump? Thanks. Who's that little boy? What the hell? Is that Jack? Is that Duncan? Why does he look so little?
All right. He's ready for you.
Okay.
I thought they
Get
said there's
on
no
up
kids
there.
here.
Go nice and slow. Stay calm.
Me?
The horse. You're calm.
My heart's beating a little.
Keep your voice calm and your legs strong. Don't let old Jeremiah sense fear.
I won't.
Doing fine. Real nice.
Oh, this is an owner's kid?
Not that I'm saying you need one, but you sure there isn't another horse for you to ride around here?
I had a pony, but I'm too grown for him now.
Yeah?
Mm,
You
okay.
think my son could borrow him?
Huh. Lancelot?
Yeah.
Sure. I'll get it hitched by your cabin there.
All right. Thank you, son.
Can I ask, are we in trouble from all these Laramie boys? They say Mr. Abel's real rich. Way richer than Pa. And he's got all these hired guns out of Laramie, and if Pa doesn't sell, well, they'll come here and they'll...
Easy there. You don't have to worry about all that. You just worry about Jeremiah there.
Yeah, but...
Just worry about the horse. Yeah?
Yes, sir.
Oh, look at
I think you
John
two
being a
might be ready
father.
to go out without a chaperone.
Oh, I'm not sure about that.
You're good. Nice
Don't
and
kill
easy
the
now.
owner's boy.
Both of you.
Don't kill the owner's son. John treats him better than Jack, exactly.
I
This is
thought you were gonna help me.
I am. I was. I'm sorry.
Come on. I need a man's help. Duncan, what have I told you about distracting the hands?
I'm sorry, Ma.
Well, I hope you'll listen to me better than my husband.
Thanks, Jim.
You're doing fine, kid. Give him a carrot when you put him down.
I did say I want to be a rancher. Wow. I take it all back. This is so funny. I said just go make an honest living as a rancher. And here we are. It's boring as hell. John's a cowboy.
So, you know much about birthing a foal, Milton? Oh my God, where does my husband find
This
men
tit
like
mark
you?
rat.
Still, we all know where he goes in town, and it ain't hunting for hands. Not too hard. You just stick a hand in there and
Whoa,
get a
she's
feeling for where
pretty.
the legs are. Go on.
Whatever you say, ma'am. Got him.
Okay, now hold on. And pull. Grip them.
The lady.
Okay, well, I think she's... Well, we're not out of the woods, but I think she may be okay.
Great.
We'll make a proper hand of you yet, Mr. Milton.
I hope so.
Thank you.
She's hitting
oh,
on
Mr.
me.
Milton, feel free to make a call at the house sometime.
How did I
Perhaps
know?
even now. A drink to toast our new
How did I know?
I'd
It's
like
the hand
that, but
placement.
My wife is expecting me back.
Oh, you're married? I didn't know we had any married hands.
Yeah. We
And he
we
caught it
have a
right
boy.
away.
Maybe you've seen him around?
Oh, I'm busy. Too busy for social calls.
Of course.
Good day, Mr. Milton.
Hi, one more bird. Welcome back. honestly, she's hot. Yes. It wasn't subtle, sure, but I caught it. I caught it early. Am I gonna go tell Abigail now? Good night, yogurt.
Hey, John.
Jim.
Sorry.
So,
No, John definitely
this is
caught
what
it.
you
That's why he
want.
mentioned his
Fake
wife.
names, which, by the way, Dickens sees clean through.
John.
Us on the run.
John.
Yeah, Lancelot,
This
he
is
sees
our
through
chance
it.
to make something new. Come on. Please. For me. For him.
How's he been?
Been kind of withdrawn. Quiet. You know.
Sure.
Take him out, please.
I mean, I didn't like John's attitude,
Come on, boy.
but sure.
Let's go for a walk.
Coming home with such negative energy.
Come on.
Where's the hello? You look beautiful. How was your day? How are you feeling?
Round to the left.
He's just
What do
wrapped
you
up in
see?
his own problems.
Tony?
Get on him. We're taking a ride. Duncan, Mr. Getty's boy lent it to you. Let's go. How you doing?
Fine. Can we go home?
No. You're... Stay calm.
This mission's fun. Okay, nice.
Where would you like to go riding, aside from home?
I don't know. But maybe that stream?
Good idea.
No, that's where the panther
know all
cougar
this.
is.
Get him going. Come on. You know,
We're already in his stream.
a horse can feel your fear. Just act confident, okay?
Uh-huh. Confident.
Okay, what's the correct answer, chat?
Don't pull
R
on the
or
reins.
F?
You'll yank his bit out. Use your legs. There you are. Now let's go. Jack, a little kick and a... Now let's slow it down.
Whoa, boy.
Why don't we speed it up again?
Okay. Come on.
It's a very nice part of the map. It kind of reminds me of like, I think Montana. I saw this movie set in Montana and it looked like this.
You know, this ain't so bad, sir.
Good.
I don't. Why is my son calling me
Little
sir?
confidence can do.
I didn't know white people did that too. And we do it in Persian culture, where you call your dad like a formal name.
How do I look?
Better than before. Keep at it.
I'm sorry, kids love their dads now, Pars.
I'm getting there.
I should hope so.
Because he knows Arthur was his dad. Yeah, it looks like he's still blonde. What happened to kids are blonde when they're little kids and they grow out of it? Bobby, what did you call your dad? Or what do you call your dad? Papa?
Okay. Let's go across to the stream.
Yes, sir.
Where are we going? Across the stream? No Texan way? No Texan name for your dad? Papa was your great grandfather. You went with father? You didn't say Bubba?
Here we are.
Yep.
We
A
should get
tow
back.
head. That's not
Think you're
nice.
ready for a little race?
I guess.
All right. We go back to the path and up to the ranch.
Okay. On my go. Go!
Daddy said that sounds southern. Meemaw, meepaw. That's for your grandparents, right?
Are you still back there?
Am I supposed to beat the kid? Or let him win? No, let him win. It's good for their confidence.
Hey, come back here.
You'll have to catch me.
I actually saw a reel about that today, that you should always let kids win because it's called play therapy, because then you can model losing to teach them how to lose gracefully, and the more they see you lose and you handle it like properly, but they both gain some confidence. Because if they both lose to their friends and they lose to you as the parent, then they really, it's really bad for their confidence. And then also if they don't have any role models to teach them how to lose, they just throw fits. That's so funny, One More Bird, but he like clearly let you win, right? No?
I beat you. I beat you.
Well ridden, son.
And then you teach them how
I beat you.
to win gracefully
Like I
too.
said, your riding, it's gotten so much better.
Thanks.
Hey, keep practicing your riding.
Wow, John's a good
You
dad.
too. You need it.
What was that noise? Investigate the disturbance this way? What are you trying to say, Darth?
No, now, come on, mister.
My family
You want to watch your mouth, boy.
never did such a thing,
You will
Darth.
be the first one we kill.
Leave him alone.
Oh, careful, boys.
Even worse, Poppy. Oh my god. Yeah, my family would also stop playing when I won. Exactly. They were not reading the parenting books.
Said he had some problems with vermin.
Oh, listen to this. Real funny.
Oh, come on, get him. Oh, kick his head in.
How do I fight again?
Get that feller. Oh, boy. You couldn't clean my boots.
Knock his
Looks like someone's gotta clean your boots from all the blood on it. No.
You need help?
I'm not going too far.
That boy can punch.
Get off that man! Get off him!
He hit me first.
Oh, you can fight, boy. I'll give you that. Well, how's your wife in the brawl?
Whoa.
Leave my wife alone.
Oh, she's real pretty.
Get out of here!
Oh, quite a temper you got. Imagine you're frustrated
Whoa.
with your lot in life.
Thank you,
Married
Faber.
to a shit-shoveling farmhand. What'd you do wrong to end up here?
Leave my wife alone.
Welcome to Big Valley, Jim Milton. Pleasure to meet you both. We'll see you again. And you, boy, tell Mr. Geddes we called. We'll be back.
This is like nothing compared to what we've been going through.
Thank you.
I'm
Mr.
shocked
Milton.
nobody's shooting at us.
Thank you.
Don't worry about it.
Stop acting like a goddamn storybook hero, will ya?
What choice did I have?
Plenty, you moron. Plenty.
She ain't wrong.
We all get caught eventually, John. I guess the trick is to decide by who.
They're here to take tribute. Was that Dutch's voice in my head?
Now, dear, I won't
Oh, did I have choices? No.
hear any more of it.
You won't hear any of it.
Not in front of the men.
You toad.
You toad?
Smile. Do not embarrass me.
Smile. Cameras are all rolling. DG or A first?
Mr. Milton, I should like to have a word with you.
I guess. Is it okay? Should I go to him? He's calling me.
Mr. Geddes?
Hey, I heard we had another incident with the Laramie boys.
Yeah, there was an incident.
Well, I mean to scare me.
Are you scared?
A little. I've got a lot invested in this place, and not just the land, but my family. It's hard to explain.
I understand. I'll do my best to keep you safe, sir.
I know you will. So how's your family?
Just fine. I should probably head back.
Yeah, I know how it is.
It's invisible. Oh, yeah.
How'd you get on?
Okay, I guess.
It's good for you.
Sure, I'm just tired.
I know. Anybody want some more?
No,
no,
I'm
thank
good.
you.
I miss Mr. Pearson.
Was the food
John
disgusting?
Marston, you're such a pig.
What's so funny about
it's getting
that?
late. Let's get some rest. Good night, Jack.
Oh, he was
Good night,
saying
Mama.
her food sucks.
Good night, Jack.
Good night, Pa.
They're laughing at
was
her
that?
calling him a pig?
What are you doing?
My job, Abigail. Lock this door behind me. Don't open it unless you know it's me.
Jim! They got Dickens! Over by the stables!
Get the cow!
It's over. Who's this?
New hand? Oh, you're that tough guy they just took on. I heard about you. You know that?
I lost my wind. You won't be the first man I've killed today.
You're gonna regret that.
Oh, shit.
Go down! It'll all be over soon.
I can't block.
Crap.
Oh, shit. It's not working. The game's frozen. I can't do anything.
Jim?
Hello? Yeah, it's frozen. 'Cause I picked up that body.
I'll be up in a moment.
Okay, well,
They don't teach mercy in Laramie County.
can I block now? Nope. Because I picked up a body. Can I at least run away? The stupid body. Just kill me.
I'm about ready for this son of a bitch to die.
Yeah, just kill me. Guess we're about to find out. A few minutes ago, old habits. Should we restart? Can I not die?
Kill you already.
Oh, we're invincible. How would I find the restart checkpoint? It's fine, we can just load 3 minutes ago. Weird. The second time this game's glitched tonight that I had to reload. At least we didn't lose 40 minutes like last time. It's also trouble adjusting to John. Oh my god, hurry up. $18.99. Maybe Arthur took that photo. Guess let's do DG first. Who's this guy?
All right.
Pardon?
Now, dear, I won't hear any more of it.
You won't hear any of it.
Not in front of the men.
What are they talking about?
All right, smile, smile. Do not embarrass me.
Mr. Geddes?
Hey, I heard we had another incident with the Laramie boys.
Yeah, there was an
Well,
incident.
I mean to scare.
Okay, over.
Dickens! Over by the stables!
Hey, don't pick up the body.
Richmond.
Who's this?
New hand.
It's funny that we're invincible.
Where's Geddes now?
Okay, can we go over here and fight, please?
Up in a moment. Dumb Hicks. Oh, I love my job.
Oh shit.
You know that offer? Crap.
They've killed
Loot?
Mr. Tolbert, and they've stolen my goddamn cattle.
Who's Mr. Tolbert?
You men okay?
I think so.
Yeah.
Jim Milton saved my
Tactical
life.
retreat.
It's Mr. Abel.
Yeah, of course, it's Mr. Abel. I can't believe he thinks he can scare me out of here.
Then I guess we're getting your cattle back,
I guess
sir.
we are. Can you go too, Tom?
Of course, sir.
All right, Jim. I know you can handle yourself.
A little.
Go get your guns and head out.
Guns?
Oh, don't play coy with me, son. We need your help. I don't care what you used to do or what your name is. This is the land of second chances.
Understood.
Okay.
Damn.
Come in, it's me.
What was it?
Mr. Geddes' cattle was taken.
I'm sorry to hear that. What are you doing in that thing?
Mr. Geddes been real good to us.
What are you doing?
My job, Abigail. My goddamn job. I'll lead the way. This is gonna be the last we hear out of them. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Abigail's gonna leave us, isn't she? I can't imagine her staying with me after this.
Off your horses here. We'll be better on foot.
Okay, if you say so.
That's the place up ahead.
There's our cows. A couple guards out front. A couple more
One
outside.
last job
I imagine.
plot.
Let's get a closer look.
But now we
Let's
got
go.
guns. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, there's plenty of guards. I'm gonna head straight in. Yep. Tom, you head up there and try and give us some cover. Abe, you're gonna try and flank the place and come in from the back. I'll give you a minute or two, then I'm heading in.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I mean, just pay the tribute, Parse. Like, what's this problem? He's rich.
Hey! You boys been coming up to Pronghorn. I thought I'd come down here. You're all so tough. Come have a word with me.
You here to cut a deal? You're too late, partner.
I'm here for our cattle and to teach some manners to all of you.
Will we get Deadeye too? Was I not supposed to do this? I mean, he aimed at me first. The music is so cool.
I tried being reasonable. Guess we're shooting.
Was this the only way? Or is that my fault?
Let me deal with it. Time to look after you, kid.
I'm okay. More than. Look out! More of them!
Who is this fella?
Did you hear that? They're like, who's this fella? I'm pretty good, I guess.
Where the hell did you learn that?
Cool.
Damn Melvin, you son of a bitch! I see you, Melvin. You're gonna be sorry.
Hey. Hey. I know you're in here.
I guess the gun's upstairs.
Piss stinking,
Oh, shit.
shit shoveling, backwoods, sacker, no good, trash.
Break free! How many fist fights do we have to do this round? Hi, Optic. Good morning. Good. As you can see, we've moved past chapter 6. Keep fist fighting people. Whoa.
You know that woman of yours got the look of a woman ain't had a real ride in her life. She's gotta make do with some piss-poor stinking farmhand. Hey, tell her I'll let her in my seats. Long as she begs for...
Shut up. It is really good. I'm glad this isn't spoilers for you then. Music to fist fight too. No, I mean, Lancaster repeater, I like both. Wait, do I have all my guns? Do I have all of Arthur's guns? Okay, I guess I left no money in here. Ooh. Pick it up? No, I have a Springfield rifle. Don't I? I'll at least get rich doing this. Why? Because he does it like that? Yeah, I love my Springfield rifle for farming. No, hunting. That's what it's called. That's just a hat? Okay. How long can I stay here just looting everybody? Does he have the miner's hat though? Good question. There was no wardrobe. That dinging noise is so annoying. Let's pick everything up. Pick it up. Ooh, I got a cleaver. I guess I lost those 99 cigarettes though. So yeah, at least we got all the cards on it. Okay, I think I left money upstairs here. Is it still gonna be here? Ooh, some jewelry. I don't think it's gonna be here still. But there's other money. They went up in smoke, sir. What kind of gun is this? Litchfield repeater. That's better, right? I don't think I did. Ooh. Ooh. Nice. Some cigarettes up there. It's a bit of money. Okay, and then in here some food, I think. I did pick up all the food. I wonder if there's more now. I should not have picked up all that food. Yeah, there's nothing else. Some bourbon. Some bread rolls. Oh, some canned fruit. Okay. I think that's everything.
You're a good girl now.
Should have kept more money in there. But yeah, I don't think the game would have made sense if we had $4,000 right now, right? It wouldn't be right to have saved that money. Why would I be working as a ranch hand? Arthur is greedy. Don't you dare say that about my Arthur. It's not like I could use that $4,000 to get out of to buy the guy's ranch. The game doesn't recognize you being rich for some reason.
You did real well, Mr. Milton. This man can really fight. Saved the whole place.
Ah, that weren't nothing.
Well...
You saved my life.
No need to say nothing, sir. Just doing my job. Now, I don't think they'll be back tonight, but how about, Abe? Just in case you stay up.
Yep.
See anything or hear anything, you fire that rifle 3 times.
3 times.
We'll all come running.
Will do.
Well said. And thank you, Mr. Milton. Truly.
Just glad to be of service, sir.
I understand. You get some rest.
Thank you, Mr. Geddes.
She's not happy.
What?
Yeah, Kim.
What?
She didn't say anything. Why are you yelling at her?
What choice did I have? Just answer me that. What was I supposed to do?
I don't know, become a cop. I don't know if that doesn't make sense, but if you like to use guns and kill people, just do that.
2 people at once. That's all I'm saying.
Is there a couch for him to sleep on? Oops, okay. It's so weird I can keep doing this. Why do they let you do this? He'd fail a background check. Hilarious. Let's see what Abigail wants. Yeah, agreed. The nagging wife and the angry husband.
How you getting on?
Surviving.
$1 a bucket. That's good.
Here. I'll get you some coffee.
Only thing I know how to do is, well, you know, undertakers like me. Cattle, not so much.
That ain't true.
Ain't no rancher. Rustled horses, not raised them. Stole cattle, not birthed them.
I was reading the newspaper.
I think he misses being an
I was
outlaw.
reading about a old ranch, Beecher's Hope, down by Blackwater.
Was you?
Well, Jack read it to me, but I thought maybe we could raise some money. Bank could lend
I
us
feel
the
bad
rest.
for Abigail.
We could be happy, John. We
Bank
could...
loans? I got a goddamn price on my head, woman.
I know all about that.
Poor
Every time
Jack.
we about
Look,
to get
look how
somewhere,
upset he
make
is.
something, you go and show the entire world that you ain't Jimmy Milton. Every place we've been,
Jimmy
it's been the
Milton.
same. We start doing okay, and then boom, you act like the big man with the gun. Tired, John, and I guess I was dreaming a little. At least give me that.
Just feels hopeless.
You're doing better.
Milton! Milton, ma'am. Mr. Geddes needs you to head over to Strawberry in the wagon and collect some mail for him at the post office.
Sure. I'll take the boy with me. He's getting soft. Lancelot.
Come on. Jim, if you're heading that way, can you pick up a parcel for me? A dress I ordered. I think it's in your name?
My name.
I think so. One's in your name, and the other one's in mine. Only one should have come in by now.
How much shopping you done?
Oh, yes, a real keen purchaser of goods, me. Look at me.
Okay, Lancelot. We'll make a man out of you yet.
Not too much
What
of a
is
man,
is she
mind. He's
sending me
only
a
boy.
secret message about our names?
Just gonna show him how to drive the wagon a little. We'll save the real exciting realities of adulthood for another day. Come on, get.
I don't know.
Of course.
Stealership. I just feel really bad for her because
It's nice.
yeah, it seems like
I like being.
She must have been with Dutch from a very long time.
Things you like, boy.
And
With those men, did you kill
remember when she got so much confidence from being called a good thief? That means nobody in her life ever told her that she's good at anything else. And the fact that she is struggling to read as an adult says a lot about the people who raised her.
Here. Want to take the reins a little?
I don't know, Pa.
It's easy, boy. Don't be scared.
Well, what do I do?
Well, just hold them and pull them short to slow down. Tell them to go faster. Give them a little switch. And then pull to one side if you want to turn.
I mean, everyone at camp could. Cat. I mean, literacy rates, it depends. Literacy rates are more of a spectrum in the 19th century. It's not you can or cannot read. A lot of times people could read some things, couldn't read other things.
That's enough?
For now.
That kid's strawberry, that kid.
Looks like.
You know, I think this is the longest
But
I've
especially,
seen you without a book in your hand.
especially because everybody else at camp could read. I do think what you're saying, Steel Ship, makes sense, that she particularly struggled with it.
I trust you not to
But
drive off with it?
yeah, I feel
I
bad
can be
for
trusted
Abigail.
with that.
Very good.
And for all these people who got swept up by Dutch as children.
All right, here we are. You all right, son?
Sure.
Well, cheer up a little. You wait here. I won't be long.
Okay.
And if you behave...
Well,
you might
Bill,
drive us
right?
home.
Bill had a letter.
Can't wait.
Robotic. Well, anybody who got a letter, I think Tilly got a letter.
Hi, I'm here to...
Name?
My name? Jim Milton.
Jim Milton.
Pearson said a letter, and Sadie
Nope.
read that letter.
Nothing here.
Maybe try Marston. John Marston. It's a long story.
Okay.
Why is she
John
ordering in their
Marston.
old name?
Marston. Nope. Nothing here for that name either.
Try Abigail Roberts.
Abigail Roberts. Abigail Roberts. Yes, here we are.
And also, I'm here to pick up the deliveries for Pronghorn Ranch. David Getty sent me.
Pronghorn? Yes. Sign here. We have a bunch of stuff for you. And I will help you out.
I'll take these. You get the rest of the stuff.
I'm so fucked.
Here, let me help you with this, Mr. Marston.
She's an idiot.
Mostly Milton these days. It's a long story.
Whatever you say, Mr. Milton. It's not important. Take care now. Give my
No, I
regards
didn't,
to Geddes.
Chisnick.
Thank you very much, mister. Okay, let's get out of here.
I'm not happy.
Everything okay, Pa?
Sure.
Abigail.
I hope so, at least.
Moron.
Here, you
To
take
use
the
her own
reins a little.
words.
I ain't sure.
Come on, son. You'll enjoy it if you try a little harder.
Okay. Okay, Pa. Yeah.
We're going back to Pronghorn, okay?
So, wait. We've come all the way out here and we just gonna turn around and go back?
That's what we're doing. Turns out, I missed the seclusion of the ranch more than I figured for.
Don't you want to go to the store or the saloon or anywhere?
We're going back, okay, boy?
But
He knows he was
sitting in
listened
this
to.
wagon, I don't know how long.
But
Yes,
you're not.
dealership. Who's still looking for him?
Keep on driving and watch the road.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Why would this random guy know our name? Although he has been shooting people up in every town.
If I don't care to explain them.
Yes, sir.
Better. Look, if I tell you to speed up,
So he
speed
probably
up.
has bounties
If I say
everywhere.
Slow down, you slow down, okay?
Sure.
I'm scared.
Yeah.
All right, speed up. Let's get away from there.
Okay. Yeah.
Who's this?
Sorry, sir. Was that a question for me?
No, no, keep driving. Let's speed this up. Pick up the pace a bit. Faster.
What's wrong, Pa?
Nothing.
I think we're going too fast, Pa.
Fine. Pull your reins in.
Pa!
Mm-mm.
Well, I don't like driving across here.
It's the same as any other road. Look where you want to go and the horse will follow.
Okay. I think the horse is getting skittish.
You'll be all right.
Uh-oh.
Huh?
What?
Nothing. Just keep driving.
Oh no.
Yep.
He's blocked the trauma out.
Okay.
What? What's wrong?
Don't look around.
Oh, Pa,
Hey.
those men, are they following us?
Just stay calm. See that fallen tree?
Wait, he's calling me
When we
Pa
get there,
now.
Stop the wagon, jump down, and hide.
Oh, Pa.
You need to do
Wait, what
exactly
happened?
as I say, boy. Here, now. Come on, quick, down. Okay, son, you wait here. You don't move or say nothing until I speak to you. You hear?
Yes, sir.
Head down. Okay, gentlemen. Let's see what you come calling about. What do you boys want with us?
Oh, we just want to have a friendly chat. Are you John Marston? You sure look like him.
What of it?
Come here, partner. We don't mean no trouble.
Truth is, I killed John Marston. And I'm happy to kill you, too.
You're talking bullshit, mister. Kill him.
Is he still here? Okay, good.
You're okay.
What?
Did I pick the wrong options?
What?
It's okay. It's okay. Come on. Keep them eyes closed. Let's go. Come on. Giddy up.
Oh, there's just a little tiny bit left. Thank you. Cheers to you,
Oh,
Darth.
dear, those men.
Oops, shit.
Told you not to look, boy.
Are they dead?
Oh, that was so
I didn't
bitter.
have much of a choice. You saw that. Now, compose yourself.
You
Don't
killed
tell
them,
you.
Pa?
Son, I need you to hold it together.
Jack, you were there when the Pinkertons came. What are you talking about? Oh shit! Wait.
You were real brave back there.
Cheers to you too, Robotic. Cheers to everyone.
Exactly like I said.
Really?
Uh-huh.
He was 4? Really?
If you hadn't listened, things could have gone real wrong for us.
Oh my god, he was just a baby. Bro, I mean, one more burn. How could you say that? He's just a little boy.
Mama wants us to buy some old ranch.
What is up with you and your hatred of children?
What was it called? What was the name, boy?
Beecher's Home.
That's right. Beecher's Home. Over by Blackwater. You like the idea of that, huh? Us owning a ranch?
I don't know.
I could see you as a rancher's boy. Like Duncan Geddes, huh? I wasn't so sure, but yeah, that kind of life might suit us.
Oh, I cannot wait to go to the south.
Such a chore if the horses we were cleaning up after was ours, would it?
I'm coming into all your territories, all you Texans. Just think of this all Mongolian. Is he 14 now or 12? Yeah, I thought they said 12.
Okay, here we are. That was an eventful trip. Go say hi to your mother.
Your dumb mom.
How was the... What happened?
Your fault.
Yeah. We got shot at.
Shot at? What happened?
Well, we got followed and then
Followed by who?
probably someone who knew me. If we didn't get to them particulars, I'm sorry.
My son. Our son.
It was her
Dress
fault.
caused all the problems.
Thank
We're gonna
you.
dress. It was a gift for you.
That doesn't matter. You still used his wanted name. You're the one that's been insisting this whole time we don't use that name. I guess
Mr. Jim?
you should have just used
Mr. Jim?
Abigail's name first.
There's a telegram messenger for you over there, near the house.
There is? Okay. Thanks, Abe.
What do you think he wants?
I have no idea. But I doubt someone wants to give me a big pile of money.
That's him.
No, I do the
I see him.
my baby, your
Thanks,
baby
Abe.
thing all the time. I'm always like, this is my baby. Give her to me. Or when she's being annoying, that's your baby. Take her.
Excuse me, mister?
Can't be both of
I'm
ours
Jim
at the same
Milton.
time.
Heard you had a telegram for me?
Yes, here. Sign there.
Oh shit, it's 2 o'clock. What are we doing here?
Jim, stop. If you're the JM I know, stop. It's Sadie Adler. I've got something to discuss. Pay good. Meet me in Saloon in Valentine.
Oh my god, let's go see
There
Sadie.
most days. Stop. Sadie Adler. I'll be damned.
Oh, bet we're in the middle of a mission. Where is Sadie?
Abigail.
She's gone. She left me to protect her son.
Darling John, a kind
Dear
lady in
John.
the village helped me write this.
She had men problems of her own, but that's a different story. Listen, I have begged you, but it don't seem to make
Oh,
much
no.
difference. I've tried everything I know to make you grow up. And you know I love you, but loving you means I can't watch you do this. Time after time, we've had to run because of your behavior and your decisions. We got a son. I got a son. And I love our son enough that I can't have him around while you're like this. I had so many dreams, John. I hoped you would change. We all saw what happened to them that didn't, but you...
Hi, Black Cat.
Part of you is hell-bent on ending up the same way.
She's not wrong, but...
I love you too much to
Feel
watch
bad for
that
John.
no more. Abigail.
Is that the present? It's such an ugly shirt. And then he lives happily ever after. I mean, it was a toxic
There's a wife,
relationship.
Milton.
She's out?
I saw her leaving with the boy. And the bags. What's going on?
You married, Mr. Dickens?
No.
That don't surprise me.
What'd she do? Catch you with a showgirl? Or hear about you shooting more fellas over by Strawberry? Just who are you, Jim Milton?
I'm a family man. I can handle a gun, sure. Them men shot at me.
Just interested, that's all.
Ain't nothing interesting, unless you find gossip about a man's marriage worthy of your time.
Guess not.
Yikes.
There's work to be done, unless you're running off too.
I ain't going nowhere. I'm here to work. Gotta save money, get her what she wants.
What does she want?
She wants a place of her own. Said she found a plot up at Beecher's Hope.
You? A rancher? You'll starve.
Probably.
Keep yourself busy. Take your mind off it.
Why is he so mean? Return to work. Just men stuff? That's not nice. Men deserve better than people always putting them down.
Well, I ain't get that long. Book bothering
Well, that's the world I'm used to.
Not me becoming a men's rights activist. Great, of course I start with the manure shit. Well, this guy he's got a cushy job as the ranch overseer. That's not how you inspire your workers, you know? He's supposed to be the manager. Where's labor laws when you need them?
Kept pestering me while I drank, so I knocked his teeth out.
The manager? Yeah, sue my boss for harassing me. Homer burn, yeah. I like this music. I don't know how he's living without his wife. I'd go into a
That's her
very
full.
deep depression.
Hey, you know, I was wrong about you. Turned into a fine worker, Jim Milton.
Oh, thank you. Means a lot. Hey, you think I could speak with Mr. Geddes? See if maybe he's open to offering me some guidance?
No, I'm sure he'd be happy to hear you speak at least.
Thank you, Mr. Dickens.
Hasn't been yelled at in days, true. What's that gun doing out here? Uh-oh.
Hey, son. How's that bull?
Fine, Mr. Milton.
Your father in? Could I have a word?
Sure. I'll just get him.
Pa! Hey, I'm right here.
Oh.
What's the problem, Milton?
Sorry for the disturbance, sir.
Oh, no problem. My wife, she just began her morning discourse on the subject of my faults.
That's funny.
Experience I think every man can relate to.
In some ways, my wife also has issues with some of the decisions I've made. Real issues.
Hmm?
Do you believe a man can change, sir?
Where is
He
this
only
heading?
becomes who he is meant to be.
Guess I don't know. I've tried to be a good hand. I've worked hard to secure your property.
And for that, we are grateful.
And you've paid me well besides. The thing is, I suppose, I need to get a place of my own, so I can prove to my wife that I've changed.
I understand.
But I ain't got much money. I ain't asking to borrow none. But maybe you could go to the bank and put in a good word so they could give me a loan.
A loan, huh?
So I can buy that place, Beecher's Hope?
He doesn't want his
Yes,
best
I
hand
know.
to go.
Yes, of course, sure. It'd be my pleasure. But take my advice, Milton. Take your money and go buy passage on a boat.
Go to Tahiti.
Brazil and forget all about family.
What the fuck?
I'm just joking, son. Just make sure you deal with Ansel Atherton at the bank. He's a distant cousin. Here's my name. Tell him to ask me direct himself. You'll get what you need.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I was young and dumb once, too. You'll get her back.
Brazil better than Tahiti. Can the Brazilians confirm? No comment. Oh, his old jacket. That's not his old jacket. Oh, his RDR1 outfit. Looks kind of dumb. Okay. We can stop here. We'll be back tomorrow night. Oh, I can't stop here. He looks cool? There's no way he looks cool. There we go. We can stop here. Save the game. How far are we in the game now? Oh, 80%. Whoa, we went from 69% to 80%. We played a lot tonight. I mean, it's 2 a.m. I can't. We gotta play one more night. But thank you everyone for hanging out. Join the Discord. Has anyone voted today? One more bird for our music league. Come hang out. Let's see. Wow, nobody's online. Oh, what's Moose playing? Whoa, 12-hour birthday celebration. Maybe we should go say happy birthday to Moose. That sounds great. Cyberpunk. I've been meaning to play Cyberpunk. Oh, I want to check it out too. Okay, cool. Let's go say happy birthday to Moose, everybody. Moose is an awesome streamer. Great content. Does some Civ stuff. Does other stuff too. Thank you, Cam. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'll back tomorrow around 9-ish, 9:30. Hopefully 9. Try my best. Oh, wait. You know what? I forgot my credits. Let's say thank you to everybody properly. Huge thank yous actually for tonight. So many gifted subs. Bill, 5 gifted subs. College Rough, 20 gifted subs. Paper Tiger, thank you for the 500 cheers. Where's my overlay? There it is. And thank you, Slow Mo, for the raid. Very appreciated. And Locke for the cheers. Very, very appreciated. And yeah, all the new followers. Wow, 212 followers. Gotta figure out what we're doing for the celebration. Rest in power, Arthur. Don't remind me. I'm sad again. But yeah, we gotta hunt all the new animals down south. It's true. Okay, good night, everybody. Oh, you think it's gonna be 3 more streams? 2 more streams? Okay, we'll see. Good night.